All right, here we go. Here we go. We're getting ready to rock and roll. Getting ready to rock and roll. Hope everybody having a great Army birthday day. We got a lot of things going on. We got protests. We got Iran, Israel going at it like never before. We got, yeah, that's part of the pro. We got two different protests going on. We got the No Kings protest. We got the riots in out there in California. We got celebration of the Army. Shout out to all the Army vets. We got a lot going on today. And we got a war over there with Iran and Iraq. No, Iran and Israel. It's going down today. Busy, busy, busy day, guys. In my opinion, it's just starting. So let's get ready to rock and roll. Sit back, make a comment. Let me know what you think. What's really going on? Let me know what you think. I like this setup in the background. I kind of like it. Sit back and enjoy the show. Matter of fact, I need to switch this. Or should I keep it here? Wow, I think we need to switch it over to this other one that I'm watching. Yeah, I gotta switch this, guys, because you ought to see this. If you ain't watching, look at this, guys. Oh, they switched it. Here we go. Here we go.
Joining us, the Secretary of the Army. Please.
I had to switch it real quick, guys.
Pete Driscoll.
Gotta move with speed. We got a lot going on.
Please welcome the
so sit back and just chill.
The Honorable Pete Hegseth.
I'm going through all of it today. We're gonna go and see what's going on in Iran. And I mean Israel and Iran. We're going to California. We're going to the King's protest. We're going all over the world today. We're going all over the world today. Appreciate y'all for joining the show.
President of the United
Don
States,
and Jonathan.
J.D. Vance.
Appreciate you as
Secretary
always.
of the United States,
yeah, we rocking the show today.
And their 3 children.
I think it's gonna be pretty good, guys. I like this. I like it. A celebration of the veterans, Army. My grandfather, World War I Army veteran. Let's get it. A great, great day, man. I like this a whole lot. A lot of people don't like this, but I like it. I like it. Yeah, I like it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
What happened to the camera? Oh, bro. Can everybody hear me? For some reason, my camera ain't working, but I'm not gonna cut it off. Okay, I'm back now.
Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, would you please rise for the singing of our national anthem?
Yeah, I'm back now, guys. I had to switch it up a little bit. Somebody been messing with my setup. It ain't like it was before. All right, guys. Well, let me shut up. All right. All my favorite moderators are in the building. We got Jonathan Davis. We got the Don. We got self-love is the best love.
We even had a country. We had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
With little gunpowder, no shoes, bloody feet, few cannons, little training, and even less food.
Valley Forge started in December. They went into winter camp in December of 1777. Approximately 2,000 Americans died that winter of disease.
They lived through hell, but they never ever gave up. Not this army, not this first American army.
Finally, Washington and his army arrived. Here at Yorktown, where they had General Cornwallis and his powerful British army trapped in this city against the sea.
All of the preparation that Washington has learned through the course of those 6.5 years meets its full force here at Yorktown, and he employs it brilliantly.
Appreciate everybody for hitting that like button.
From the Caribbean, the French Navy arrived.
Everybody's hitting the like button. That's good. This is a great time to hit the like button.
Our men began digging.
Army's 250th birthday. This is great.
Getting within rifle and cannon range. Naturally, George Washington chose to set off our first cannon.
A lot of people didn't know
The British
that.
had two small forts in front of the main fort. They were called redoubts.
That there was any such thing as a flag
On the
day.
night of October 14th,
Nope, a lot of people didn't know that.
British forces attacked the redoubts. The hand-to-hand combat with bayonets, knives, and fists was bloody, to say the least. But within an hour, we were victorious.
And as the sun came up the next day, Cornwallis looked out and realized he was in serious trouble. So he prepared an all-out, desperate counterattack.
It didn't work, and the British were forced to surrender.
We were supposed to lose to the best army and the largest and most professional navy in the world.
But our young army had won the war and our freedom. The freedom we hold so dear. And 250 years later, for what started as a ragtag group of shop owners, has now become the most powerful army in the world.
Today, many things are very different from that army here at Yorktown. But one thing remains the same. An undying passion, guts, and love for our country is deep in the heart of today's army. When I look into their faces, you can see it. That will never change. God bless the United States Army, and God bless the United States of America.
Here we go. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, our parade is officially underway. Up first, internationally renowned as one of the world's finest professional music organizations, the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone. They are the premier music organization of the U.S. Army, our nation's most senior service. Stationed at Joint Base Meyer-Henderson Hall, Virginia, it plays an important musical role in events of national and international significance. They were founded back in 1922 by Army Chief of Staff John J. Pershing. They're led today by Colonel Bruce R. Pulver and Drum Major Rob Moore. Today, Pershing's Own is playing a melody entitled The Army Goes Rolling Along. This was actually written in 1908 by the then Lieutenant Edmund Louis Snitz Gruber, which was a descendant of Franz Gruber, who composed Silent Night. It was originally written to be the 5th Artillery Regimental song titled The Caissons Go Rolling Along, and in 1956 the lyrics were revised by Harold Arberg as the official song of the U.S. Army, and then retitled The Army Goes Rolling Along. Pershing's Own carries on its century-old legacy, playing a march that brings pride to every soldier, the Army Song. The 3rd Infantry Regiment in the U.S. Army. Established back in 1784, the unit was dubbed the Old Guard by Major General Winfield Scott during a victory parade in Mexico City after the Mexican War. It is the U.S. Army's official ceremonial unit and presidential escort, conducting year-round tactical training to ensure the highest standards and utmost discipline of its soldiers. The unit routinely represents the U.S. Army and our nation in official ceremonies, major sporting events, and their own, the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vigil of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, while also conducting funeral services honoring our fallen heroes in Arlington National Cemetery. The regiment's 50 campaign streamer stand is a testament to its long, faithful service to our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard. In 1775, the shot heard round the world at Lexington and Concord sparked a revolution, uniting 13 colonies and forging a continental army from farmers and frontiersmen. Against the odds, they turned the tide at Trenton and Saratoga, survived Valley Forge, and at Yorktown forced a British surrender, securing independence and giving birth to the United States of America.
Look how they moving. Dang.
Before radios and field phones, sound was the signal. In the Continental Army, fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos of battle, telling soldiers when to advance, retreat, eat, even when to rest. That legacy actually lives on today with the U.S. Army Fife and Drum Corps, part of the 3rd Infantry Regiment known as the Old Guard. Founded back in 1960, they're the only unit of their kind in the armed forces. Performing in uniforms patterned after those worn by General Washington's musicians. Playing period instruments with patriotic precision, they bring history to life, sharing the sound and spirit of the Revolution through more than 500 performances each year, both at home and around the world, too. The Old Guard, Fife and Drum Corps, everybody. And now, from high above, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating 250 years, your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. Descending at over 120 miles an hour, the Golden Knights are using flexible wing gliders to maintain their formation. They open their main canopy simultaneously and negotiate the softest possible landing. I'll tell you, they can't hear you, but they sure can see you. You can give them a great big wave, ladies and gentlemen. The Golden Knights, the finest parachuting team in the world. Fort Sumter in 1861, a nation divided. Over 4 brutal years, nearly 2 million soldiers fought to preserve the Union. Among them, 5 future presidents and the first recipients of a brand new military decoration, the Medal of Honor. With independence won, our nation's westward expansion began. The Army moved in step, guarding settlers
The
as
Don.
Scouts lit the way.
That's pretty
Immigrants
damn
joined the
cool.
cause, and the Buffalo
But it ain't
Soldiers
for
etched
me,
a
brother.
legacy of
I
grit and
understand.
honor across the American frontier.
Trust me, I understand. It is good to see, though.
As they march by, a soldier's uniform signals their duty, their role, and their readiness. And by the late 1850s, official regulations outlined distinct looks, shaping the Army's identity and function across the force. Soldiers were issued 2 coats. One, a short sack coat for work and battle, with brass buttons and colored trim that marked their rank. Well, by war's end, that rugged sack coat became the soldier's uniform of choice. As the war
it's kind of educational because
Congress authorized support.
I don't think a lot of people knew that it was such thing as a flag day.
To preserve the Union.
I don't think that many people knew that they actually celebrated
is the 4th Infantry Division
like
based out
a
of
military
Fort Carson,
birthday.
Colorado.
Like a lot of people don't know that there is a flag day. So it's kind of educational. That's how. Oh, you talking about the parachuting? It's kind of cool how they coming down.
From Fort Cavazos, Texas, home of legends, the 1st Cavalry Division.
Now, what will truly throw off the mood
from the thunder of
is if in this parade,
of the Civil War,
we see people dressed in Confederate Army gear.
Lines of history. They stormed
now that would absolutely, that'll throw it off.
First to breach the line and face the
if we see the Confederates come through, people with Confederate flags and Confederate Army fatigue, that'll throw me off right there.
You'll know the name, and you'll know them by their iconic cav hats, elite soldiers, and cutting-edge equipment. Tough, fit, fearless.
Yeah, that would throw me off.
The Division is a lethal, disciplined force that stands ready to fight and win anywhere, anytime, and the legacy rides on. This is the CAV.
Yeah, I think I'll get upset. If they do that, I think that'll just mess up my whole plan. Yeah, I'll be upset. I hope that don't happen, though. That would trip me out.
Sponsor, Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, I hope not. Now that I think about it, I just thought about that. Because the Confederate, they were also an army. So if they come marching down with that Confederate army, with the Confederate flag, yeah, I would be disappointed. And now that I think about it, I wouldn't be surprised. Now that I really think about it as it came in my mind, I wouldn't be surprised.
Between European alliances culminate in the outbreak of the First World War. The two sides.
But then again, I wouldn't be upset now that I'm really look. My grandfather served in World War I.
Poison gas and mass casualties. The United States initially maintained its neutrality, but was eventually drawn into the conflict in 1917. Despite having less than 130,000 soldiers at the beginning, the Army eventually grew to over 4 million, with nearly 2 million soldiers serving in Europe. In 6 months of fighting, nearly 50,000 Americans lost their lives, with another 190,000 wounded. The guns fell silent with the armistice of November 11th, 1918.
Wow.
We continue on with more USA World War I rolling stock. This 1918 Dodge touring car was part of the legendary 1919 Transcontinental Convoy. 3,251 miles and 62 grueling days across the Lincoln Highway. And remember, no pavement, no GPS, and no power steering. Just grit, determination, and the drive to push Army mobility into the future. This car literally helped pave the way for the roads we rely on today, and reminds us when the Army moves, the nation follows. The 1918 Dodge touring car.
Just think about it, guys. My grandfather, my direct grandfather, fought in World War I. I got old blood in me. My direct grandfather fought in World War I.
In New York, this is the 42nd Infantry Division Band. At the start of World War I, the 42nd Infantry Division was formed with troops from 27 National Guard units, stretching across the country like a rainbow. Composed of skilled musicians from all walks of life and professional occupations, they perform a variety of musical genres. Though their mission is primarily a musical one, the members were ordered into active federal service back in 2004 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. The band has also served in support of numerous state active duty missions, including cleanup efforts following Hurricane Sandy, distribution support during COVID-19, and recently, support for New York State Corrections. Commanded by Chief Warrant Officer 2 Ethan Wagner and led by Drum Major Sergeant First Class Drew Gans, the band is performing Over There, written in 1917 by Broadway composer and recipient of the Congressional Gold Medal George M. Cohan. Representing the World War I era is the 82nd Airborne Division, based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. You'll notice the unit is wearing replica World War I uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. When the Americans entered the Great War, our soldiers under the command of General
my direct grandfather,
hit the trenches in the new
that I talk about all the time, fought in World War I.
Now on their heads you'll see a steel helmet with sand-textured paint built to deflect deadly shrapnel from above. Not bulletproof, but
that's who taught me how to earn, spend less,
was the
and invest.
1918 French group.
My World War I grandfather
grind of trench warfare
told me,
on their backs,
if I pay you $12, you better put $7 away.
Everything a doughboy needed to fight, and
you better not ever touch with that money. You better not ever touch the money that's in that drawer. Yeah, that's what my grandfather taught me when I was a little bitty boy.
The division was deployed to heavy combat abroad and then deployed again in World War II. Ultimately,
he died when I was extremely young, but
the 42nd
I was with him 6-7 years.
Later, with the war
maybe to get the game. It don't take that long to get educated.
Deploying in Iraq and Afghanistan.
That's where I got that earn, spend less, and invest from.
The pride of Fort Sill, the U.S. Army
my
Artillery
World War I
section.
veteran
This is literally
grandfather.
powered by horsepower and heritage. This elite ceremonial unit honors the legacy of the Army's horse-drawn artillery. With precision, discipline, and 6 majestic horses pulling a vintage 1918 caisson, the half section keeps tradition alive and rolling strong. Representing the power, pride, and precision of America's field artillery, this is Fort Sill's finest, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at them horses.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Form Energy. World War II, a global fight for freedom. In history's darkest hour, the United States Army was on the front lines. From the beaches of Normandy to the islands of the Pacific, the greatest generation faced down tyranny and turn the tide.
World War II.
From bombers to fighters to transports, U.S. Army aircraft started to thunder across the skies in World War II. And take a look up there, ladies and gentlemen. Flying overhead right now. They are fast, they are fierce, and famously used in the Doolittle raid over Tokyo. Leading up front, the mighty B-25 Mitchell. Up next, the Cadillac of the sky, the P-51 Mustang. From the sky, we're back down on the ground. In World War II, one vehicle led the charge, the legendary quarter-ton 4x4 command recon vehicle, the Jeep. You might have a Jeep in your driveway, but not like this. The U.S. Army truck quarter-ton 4x4 command reconnaissance, better known as the Jeep, was an iconic vehicle of World War II and was the world's first mass-produced four-wheel drive vehicle. The Army used the Jeep for almost every military activity, including command vehicles, scout cars, and medical ambulances. Fast, rugged, the Jeep became a symbol of American ingenuity. From Fort Bragg, North Carolina, this is the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band. The 82nd received the nickname All-Americans after a contest as it represented the diverse origins of its members from every state. This name remains today symbolized by their iconic AA patch. Fort Bragg's finest, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big round of applause, the 82nd Airborne Ceremonial Band.
Well, them boys ready to rock and roll.
In a global fight like World War II, the U.S. Army knew our troops needed more than courage. They needed innovation. Uniforms evolved for every environment, but olive drab remained the mark of the American soldier.
Freedom.
Shaped by lessons from the trenches of World War I, the Army introduced two battlefield essentials: the M1 helmet, tough, stable, and built to protect under fire, and the M1 Garand rifle, powerful and fast. It gave American troops a very clear edge.
Them boys ready to rock and roll.
Patton called the M1 rifle the
My
greatest
state, let's go, for sure.
And history
101. Yeah, them boys ready to rock.
The 82nd Airborne Division. The unit is best known for their bravery on D-Day, when 12,000 parachute and glider troops destroyed German supply lines after fighting for 33 days straight. The 101st Airborne Division, based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, traces its lineage back to 1918 when it first established as the 101st Division. Known for their ability to rapidly deploy across the world, the unit has held a crucial role in operations since its inception. From parachuting behind enemy lines on D-Day to leading helicopter assaults in Vietnam, the 101st redefined modern warfare. In the 50s, the Screaming Eagles stood tall at home, protecting the Little Rock Nine during the fight for civil rights. In recent decades, they've been sent across the world with stints as far as the Middle East, where they took part in Operation Desert Storm and participated extensively in the war on terrorism in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Screaming Eagles continue to lead the way as tomorrow's division in today's Army. The iconic Sherman tank is here, ladies and gentlemen. It was the cornerstone of the U.S. Army, showing its military might in World War II. It became one of the most influential tank designs of the 20th century. The M4 tank was nicknamed the Sherman tank after Civil War General William Tecumseh Sherman. Actually, it was named by the British. With almost 50,000
ready to rock and roll
during World War II, the Sherman tank
they
was
ready to get busy
until 1957.
Yeah, them boys ready to get busy.
In World War II, the M16 half-track was a force to be reckoned with. It was a self-propelled anti-aircraft weapon with speed, firepower, and grit. Nicknamed the Meat Chopper, its quad 50 caliber mount could unleash 2,300 rounds a minute. quite devastating. It served through Korea, Vietnam,
Hold up.
and beyond, and remains in use in U.S.
What happened to
allies
my
to this
pickles?
day. The M16 half-track brings the fight wherever
Oh.
it rolls.
I left them on the floor, guys.
The U.S. Army Transportation Corps motto states, "Nothing happens until something moves." That was never more true than with this. Look at this, the 2.5-ton Chevrolet Deuce and a Half. 10,000 pounds of cargo and was the backbone of the Red Ball Express that kept the Allies supplied after D-Day in World War II.
Appreciate y'all for hitting the like button. All you gotta do is double tap the screen. Double tap the screen. Hit the like button. This is Army's 250th birthday parade. Double tap the screen, hit the like button. Hit the like button. "250 years
The Korean War, often referred to
of
as
fighting
the
for
Korean
freedom."
War, began on June 25,
Hit the like button.
1950, with the North Korean Army's invasion of South Korea. A coalition of South Korea, the United States, and other United Nations members defeated the invasion and advanced into North Korea. The coalition fought and defeated 2 Chinese offensives in the spring of 1951. Armistice negotiations began shortly after that defeat in July of 1951 until the armistice was signed 2 years later in 1953. Combat consisted of small attacks, raids, and patrolling. During this war, the United States deployed approximately 6.8 million military forces to the Korean Peninsula.
Wow. All these, they got them all in old school soldier gear. That's cool.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase.
Old school soldier gear.
The M151 kept rolling along as the lightweight, high-mobility general-purpose vehicle replacing the famed World War II Jeep back in 1961. Officially named the Military Utility Tactical Truck, or MUT, most servicemen generally referred to it as a Jeep. The vehicle.
The name of that is the MUT. What a name!
Were everywhere that the Army was
the MUT. The name of that vehicle is called the MUT, guys. The MUT.
Another rolled by earlier, and at 2.5 tons, this Deuce and a Half, the M35A2 classic military transport truck, was a mainstay of the U.S. Army for decades, particularly during the Vietnam War and Operation Iraqi Freedom. The Deuce and a Half proved its value moving cargo, supplies, and
this kind of reminds me of MASH.
Capabilities include up to 5,000 pounds off.
Do y'all remember MASH?
10,000 pounds on road.
Old school show called named MASH back in the day.
Anything.
This reminds me of MASH.
In the jungles of Vietnam, the U.S. Army faced a new kind of war. Helicopters became the new workhorses of battle, delivering troops, firepower, and supplies into some of the most unforgiving terrain on Earth. This is the U.S. Army in Vietnam, the era of air mobility, fierce firefights, and unwavering brotherhood.
It reminds me of MASH.
And over the music marching through, the roar of these legendary Army helicopters takes to the air. Flying overhead right now, they help define the Vietnam War. That staccato beat of the rotor blades was a welcome sound to many troops mired in combat. From transport and medevac to close air support and reconnaissance, they brought the fight to the front and pulled the wounded to safety. The OH-6 Cayuse scouted the terrain with unmatched agility. The AH-1 Cobra, also nicknamed the Snake, brought serious firepower. Its slim design, as you can see here, helped it survive and thrive in hostile environments to protect soldiers below. And the icon of the era, the UH-1 Huey, the first turbine-powered helicopter in service with the U.S. military. There was nothing the Huey couldn't do. General support, air assault, cargo transport, medic evacuation, and ground attack missions. The Cayuse, Cobra, and Huey, ladies and gentlemen, three iconic Army symbols in the sky. The 1st Cavalry Division Band, based out of Fort Cavazos, Texas, has played a vital role in U.S. military
Fort
history.
Lavaca, Texas in the building.
Back in 1855 as the band of the 2nd Cavalry, it has supported operations from the Civil War to Desert Storm. Over time, it's evolved into a powerful force using music to strengthen bonds between soldiers and engage with communities. From World War II in Korea to the Vietnam War in Bosnia, the 1st Teen Band has enhanced morale and upheld the division's enduring legacy. Today, the band continues its mission using music to shape perceptions, foster trust, and promote national Army and division interests. Standing ready to serve, it remains an enduring symbol of the 1st Cavalry Division's legacy and commitment to duty. The band performs Hit the Leather and Rock, a march composed by Captain Robert Meredith Wilson. This piece reflects the cavalry's transition from horses to mechanized warfare, capturing the speed, the resilience, and the tradition of the division. From Fort Cavazos, Texas, everybody, the 1st Cavalry Division Band. The U.S. Army deployed large numbers of troops in support of the Vietnam War. The first contingent of U.S. Army advisors arrived in Vietnam in the late 1950s, and that quickly grew to a small team of around 100 soldiers, which then expanded to more than 600 over the next decade. As the war intensified, troops' numbers quickly grew as the war between the South Vietnamese government and the communist insurgents supported by North Vietnam intensified. By January 1969, more than 364,200 soldiers organized around 7 divisions and 20 separate combat brigades. The United States began withdrawing its forces in July of 1969, and the last Army combat unit left South Vietnam in August of '71. The last U.S. combat soldier came home March 1973, while a small number of non-combat personnel remained until April 1975. Representing the Vietnam War era is the 101st Airborne Division based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky. The unit is wearing replica Vietnam War uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. Blistering heat, thick humidity, and unforgiving terrain demanded uniform innovation, and the Army, they delivered. New lightweight uniforms were constructed to move with the soldier. The M16 replaced the M1 Garand, calling for redesigned ammo gear and faster reloads in combat. Body armor got smarter, jackets and trousers got lighter, and field equipment was reimagined to meet the mission head-on. Gone were the heavy Mickey Mouse boots, replaced by canvas tropical combat boots that offered better grip, faster drying, and all-day endurance. Special thanks to our sponsor, Oracle. When Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, the U.S. Army deployed to Saudi Arabia to deter further Iraqi aggression in the region for what was known as Operation Desert Shield. By the fall, more than 750,000 troops comprising U.S. service members and coalition partners from more than 30 countries had assembled in the Saudi Arabian desert. In mid-January 1991, the U.S.-led coalition began Operation Desert Storm, which kicked off with an intensive air campaign designed to knock out key Iraqi infrastructure and weaken Iraqi forces. The ground
One thing we can't say, them boys looking shaky.
Overwhelmingly destroyed enemy tanks and vehicles. After only 100 hours of ground combat,
they got some boys in there ready to rock and roll.
The Gulf War ended with Iraq's surrender. From Fort Riley, Kansas, this is the 1st Infantry Division, one of the Army's most storied divisions. Nicknamed the Big Red One because of the distinctive red on their unit patch, as the oldest continuously serving division in the U.S. Army, the unit has participated in every major operation since World War I, living up to its motto, no mission too difficult, no sacrifice too great, duty first. The 1st Infantry Division was originally established as the 1st Expeditionary Division in 1917 and spearheaded the American Expeditionary Forces in France during World War I. In World War II, the Fighting First stormed Omaha Beach on D-Day and liberated Nazi concentration camps. The highly decorated unit has had 37 members of the Big Red One awarded the Medal of Honor. In Washington, D.C., the 1st Division Monument stands in President's Park, memorializing those who died while serving in the 1st.
Explain what you're talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, they are the Big Red One, the 1st Infantry
We
Division.
did a food drive instead of wasting money on a parade. 25% of military are food and secure. What do you mean, Zeke Harris? What are you talking about?
More military rolling stock. During Operation Desert Storm, the M2 Bradley fighting vehicle proved its value on the battlefield. It is fast, it is tough, and it is lethal. Named for General Omar Bradley, a leader for Point's famed class of 1916, the Bradley was built to carry troops into combat with protection and power. Armed with a 25mm chain-driven cannon and twin-tube-launched, optically tacked, wire-guided missiles, it played a critical role in clearing the way during the ground assault into Iraq. While the Paladin looks and sounds like a tank, it is technically a
Army stands for
and was first
Ain't
introduced
Real
back in the 1960s.
Marines yet.
Over the years, it's been upgraded to perform in versatile battlefields from Vietnam to the Soviet Union to Iraq.
Army is the soldiers with the feet on the ground. Dana White in the building.
In the Gulf War, no division hit harder or moved faster than the 1st Armored. The 1st Armored Division, nicknamed Old Ironsides, is the oldest, most recognizable armored division in the United States Army. As part of the buildup for World War II, cavalry and reconnaissance units were brought together to form the 1st Armored Division in 1940. In the Gulf War, no division hit harder or moved faster than the 1st Armored. Old Ironsides really led the way. During Desert Storm, they engaged in some of the largest tank battles in Army history that were decisive victories, shattering enemy formations. Based in Fort Bliss, Texas, America's Tank Division is currently supporting missions in 20 countries across 5 continents. From World War II to today, Old Ironsides remains battle-proven and always ready.
I'm still waiting on you to answer, Kiki Harris. Zeke. Still waiting, bro. What's a trader? What are you talking about? This is the big question that I just thought about. Will he do the same thing? Will he throw the same parade? Y'all know Marine, the Navy, the Air Force, and everybody else got birthdays too coming up. I wonder if he gonna do a parade for their birthdays too. I have family in the military, so respect to them, but not to what Trump wants this to be. Well, I think it's a good thing, Pamela. I like it. Because a lot of people don't know that there's a Flag Day. A lot of people don't know.
First used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm, the M119 howitzer brought.
A lot of people don't know that they always celebrate
lighter and more mobile
every year.
Artillery. It was built for
they celebrate the birthday of the armed services. A lot of people don't know that.
Whether used in battle,
so I like it, you know, like that.
Delivered reliable response.
Hannibal, this is embarrassing. I like it.
Still in
what's embarrassing
today,
about it?
On the front lines in Ukraine, it remains a trusted part.
What's embarrassing about it? It's not embarrassing to me. Some people gonna like it, some people ain't gonna like it, but I think it's all right. Well, Trump wants to be a dictator. Are you fully aware? Well, we always had pride and not boasting about our military might. So Hannibal, you think there's never ever been a parade before? Do you realize America has done parades before? You do know that, right? This is not the first time ever. you do know that, right? That this is not the first time this has happened. It hasn't happened in a long time, but it has happened before. America has done this before too. America has thrown parades before. This is not the first time.
Trade Center in New York City and struck the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. using commercial airliners. In response,
I think it's all right.
The global war on
but
terrorism.
if you don't agree with it, that's cool too. But I think it's all right.
To terrorist groups and the nations that back them.
I think it's
The
okay.
Army immediately deployed forces to Afghanistan to destroy Osama bin Laden's Al-Qaeda.
Just like if another president want to do it, that's fine. That's okay.
The 2003 president.
They need to be celebrated and paraded. They need this. I think it's a good thing.
Dictator Saddam Hussein. The fight to stabilize Iraq and prevent terrorist groups from overthrowing its new government continues to this day.
That's your opinion, Hannibal. It's cool.
US forces withdrew, and the Taliban.
Some veterans think opposite of you.
Over the course of the two-decade conflict,
my daddy is a veteran. He likes it.
Less percent of the American population deployed.
I come from a military background, so
most of those who serve.
Some of them like it, some of them don't.
States Army.
Everybody, look, bro. What y'all need to understand is that everybody's not going to agree with everything 100%. It's always going to be somebody that disagree with something. That's just life. And ain't nothing wrong with it. Just because you're a veteran, that don't mean that your opinion is any better than anybody else's. There's many veterans that like it. So it just depends. See, one thing I noticed is that you cannot please everybody. It just can't happen. It just can't happen. But the thing is, we need to come together. The thing is, we need to come together. It's too much divide, too much division. Two sides of America, everybody going against each other. Somebody trying to find something negative about this side. The next side trying to find something negative about the other side. Bro, just find something positive out what's going on. I'm not missing the message. I'm not missing the message. Everybody got their own opinion. That's the message. Everybody got their own opinion. You not wrong, I'm not wrong. You not wrong, I'm not wrong. Everybody got their own opinion. The thing is, people need to come together and grow up and understand. Just because we got different of opinions, that don't mean that we can't come together. It's called agree to disagree and go with the common goal. And the common goal is to build something for you and your family. You think, you know what I mean? You think that people took pride in not having the parades? Some people think that it's good to have the parades. Some people like it. Some people don't.
The global war on terrorism saw the introduction of a range of new technologies on the battlefield. The 8-wheeled Stryker armored combat vehicle is the first new military vehicle to enter service in the U.S.
Nobody's
Army
debating.
since the Abrams tank back in the 1980s. The vehicle was developed to fill a gap in the Army's inventory between a light infantry and heavy armored unit. The Stryker armored combat vehicle enables
the debate is when I drop the link and pull somebody up. That's the debate. Nobody's debating. There's nothing to debate.
To critical battlefield positions.
See, that's what's wrong with people. They want to debate and argue too much. There's nothing to debate, man.
Combat team
Nothing to debate.
In 2003.
I'm not going to debate nobody about a parade. And when there's other things they can really debate about. That's a debate. When I drop the link and you come up here and then we go back and forth. But I'm not trying to go back and forth with nobody, man. I'm not doing it. Not nothing to debate. That's what's wrong with people. They want to turn the way you look at things and the way I look at things as an argument and a debate. There's more things in the life than to argue about nothing. Nothing to debate. That's what's wrong with America right now. Everybody want to argue and debate. Everybody want to argue and debate. Everybody think they right. Everybody want to try to prove themselves to be right. Meanwhile, overseas, all kind of shit happen. Why? We going back and forth with each other. I'm not going back and forth with you, man. I'm not doing it.
75th Ranger Regiment, based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, represents a lethal, agile, and flexible force capable of conducting many complex joint special operations missions. Today's Rangers Regiment is the Army's premier direct action.
Yeah, happy 250 be there, U.S. Army.
Combat ready, mentally and physically tough, and prepared to fight our country's.
Half of the people didn't even know about Flag Day. Half the people don't even know that this is the 250th birthday of the Army. Half the people don't even know when is the birthday from the
of 5 units with unique specialties, special operations
from all these armed forces.
Teams taking on the most challenging.
Half the people don't even know, don't even care, don't even pay attention.
To service members and civilians alike, they take on terrorists through quiet guerrilla war-style missions in foreign countries.
Missing the
Ladies
point.
and gentlemen,
Want to argue and go back and forth.
Forces.
That's what's wrong now. That's what's wrong with everybody in this country, bro. One side want to argue with the other side. The other side want to argue with the other side. Meanwhile, overseas, they laughing. Why? Because we over here arguing.
The Stryker Brigade.
Everybody want to be right.
The capacity for rapid deployment with survivability and tactical mobility.
Everybody want to be right.
Transformation to overcome our enemies is vital. Fighting an elusive enemy in distant places and at home requires new tools such as unmanned aerial vehicles for surveillance.
We both right.
Tracker to see real-time details of troop movements.
We both are right.
The United States does not face the challenging international environment alone. Our network of allies and partners is an advantage that our adversaries can never hope to match. Over 80 nations have fought alongside the United States or assisted it during the global war on terrorism.
Don't y'all understand that they want us arguing and going back and forth? Don't y'all understand that? Don't you understand that, Miss Pamela? They want us arguing and going back and forth. That's what they want.
The 10th Mountain Division's climb to glory began with its establishment as the 10th Light Division in July 1943. The only one of its
but people so busy want to be right about everything.
For fighting in mountainous conditions. After periods spent inactive as a training division and as a standard infantry division, the unit returned to its roots in 1985 when it regained its Mountain Division designation. In the 1990s, the division participated in numerous humanitarian...
You're a civilian, you don't know nothing about the military. You don't know nothing about me. You don't know nothing about me. You don't know what I am.
Now, since 2002, the 10th Mountain Division...
You don't know what I am or what I done been through or where I come from. You don't know what you're talking about.
Its combat brigades have seen over 20 deployments to both Iraq and Afghanistan in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. To show America's military,
you have no idea what you're talking about.
To deter war and
you don't know nothing about me.
The enemies of the United States of America. They are the 10th Mountain Division. Investments in cutting-edge systems, drone technology, and ability strengthen the force, equipping soldiers.
What do you know about the military?
To protect the country and defend democracy.
What do you know about it?
Stryker Brigade,
young?
Team 6 in the component and 2 in the National Guard. More than 2/3 of the 7,000 servicemen and women who sacrificed their lives fighting the global war on terrorism were part of one of the Army's 3 branches: active duty forces, the Army Reserve,
I dropped the link. You can tell me what you know about it.
To deter aggression to ensure our adversaries cannot outrange or outpace us.
Since you want to start division, I dropped the link and you can come pull up and tell me what you know about it.
Unmatched in its speed, flexibility, and ability to support the nation's strategic priorities.
You don't even have a profile picture. You know who I am. You see me. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it to me. You're too busy wanting to go back and forth. People that haven't been in the military have opinions too. You know that, right? People that pay taxes, that's who pay the military bills, right? If you are in the Army, the taxpayers' money pay you. You work for me. You work for civilians. You do know that, right? The American taxpayer is what funds this military. You know that, right? So if you want me to drop the link, I surely will. So you can so I can see who you are. And you can tell me. Or you can just sit and chill. If you don't agree with what's going on, you don't agree. And if you really from the military, like you say you are, ain't that's what y'all fight for? Ain't that's what military, that's what we go to war for, right? For freedom? For our freedom. So I don't believe you. I don't believe you for
keeping the Army forces battle-ready and nimble makes transportation for the U.S. Army a very vital element. Spread across the parade today, numerous fighting vehicles, some designed for very specific.
This reminds me of MASH. Do anybody in the comment section remember that show called MASH?
200,000 trucks alone, wheeled vehicle mechanisms.
Old Army military gear.
Vehicles are ready, and these mechanics get the job done. This convoy starts with the M777, a lightweight howitzer. These lightweight howitzers may not look particularly lightweight, but are made from titanium. They are 7,000 pounds lighter than their predecessor, the old M198. Used by the Army since 2005, the M777 is currently being used in Ukraine. Weighing only 4,700 pounds, the M119 howitzer is smaller and is used by infantry brigades, particularly for air assault missions. It was first used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm in 1991 and is also seeing active use in Ukraine. The 7th Infantry Division, stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord, has been seeing continuous combat action ever since activation in World War I. From Europe to the Aleutian Islands, Japan, Korea, Afghanistan, and the Pacific, the Bayonet Division boasts a proud history of answering the call of its motto, "Trust in me," with resolute dedication. Sent to deployments and conflicts around the globe since it was founded, the division returned to Fort Lewis in 1971, its first time on American soil since 1934. The 7th Division, originally called the Hourglass Division due to their patch design, gained the nickname Bayonet Division during their deployment to Korea in June of 1950. At Incheon Landing and during the liberation of Seoul, they were credited with plunging the bayonet into the heart of the enemy, with 13 members of the division receiving the Medal of Honor. The 7th enables and sustains the combat readiness of 2 Stryker Brigade combat teams and a Combat Aviation Brigade. With the American soldier, the cornerstone of everything the Army does, we are continuously transforming. Army careers span the spectrum from attorneys to astronauts and mechanics to engineers. The Army's greatest asset is our people, the finest men and women our great nation has to offer, with a myriad of talents that make us stronger. Aside from its people, the Army's next greatest asset is its technology.
To anyone who served,
coming up
thank
next,
you for your
these
service.
vehicles offer a glimpse of what the Army employs for readiness and battle. The portable howitzers and the portable Abrams tank were used extensively in the Gulf War, along with Bradley tanks and the infantry squad vehicle. The ISB provides enhanced tactical mobility of an infantry brigade combat team. This allows
I don't understand why people tripping about the parade. I think it's great.
The ISB provides the warfighter with increased flexibility to ensure infantry units maintain momentum to achieve mission success.
I think that it showcases the military on front stage. I think it's good for promotion, you know, to try to get people to enlist. I think it's great. And then they educating you about the different wars as they go. See, people got to look at things differently, bro. You got to find something positive out of it. I don't think it's negative. I think it's positive. I think it's cool. But the only thing is, I want to see, will he do parades for every last one of these branches? For the Marines. Marines got a birthday coming up in November. You know, these other branches of services got birthdays too. So we're going to see if it just was for this one day, or are you going to continue doing it? Now, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this right now. If this is the only one that happens, then I will start to think, that he only did this because it is his birthday. Then I will, kind of start thinking towards that way. But the Marines' birthday is coming up. The Air Force is coming up. The Navy is coming up. You got to keep it going. That's what I think. But if it's just this day and we don't see no more of this, then I will begin to believe. I will start thinking then that, man, he just did this, like what they say.
When duty calls, U.S. Army
For his own personal situation, it's his birthday, for his own personal situation. Yeah, I would start thinking heavily about that then. So we got the Marines coming up. We got the Air Force, the Navy, all these other branches of service that's coming up. Same thing needs to happen. So
the Army has made me see my potential.
So we're gonna see.
Molded me into a better person.
I grew up in a very patriotic house.
But I like this a lot. It's good promotion.
Brother of my uncle.
To get the younger kids looking at the military, looking to go enroll and serve the country.
Him coming home
for freedom, right?
Ready for takeoff. My motivation, I think,
that's what freedom is.
What my family's done is kind of a sense of duty.
That's why they fight
and give back since it's given
for our freedom of speech, freedom to think how you want to think.
I'm a timid person, but definitely helped me become a more confident person.
That's why.
With a group with my peers, it really shows how much working with a team can strengthen you.
No matter what. What's going on?
I have a lot of purpose from serving
if we don't agree, we just don't agree. We're not going to agree on every single thing.
If you follow it up, you follow it up.
Don't work like that. That's why these guys go to war. That's why these guys protect the country.
Push myself further.
They are fighting for freedom. The freedom to feel how you feel.
I joined
the freedom to think how you think.
That's my main goal.
The freedom to say what you want to say. As long as it's respectable.
If we get the call, we have to go somewhere, we'll do what needs to be done. That's just the way we operate here.
And I think that's what we are losing. Right? We are losing that.
A few jobs in the nation where we all take an oath to say, I'm willing to put my life
big
on
time
the line for you. And
we see that right now. Evidence is in this small little chat right here.
This is what we train for. This is what we do. My team.
If I don't agree with you, I'm wrong.
Check equipment, check weapons, check ammo.
A lot of people got that type of mindset. I gotta agree with you or I'm wrong. Ain't that a dictator's mindset? Anybody in the chat? Is that a dictator's mindset? If I don't roll with what you talking about, I don't know nothing. If I don't agree with what you talking about, I don't know nothing about the military. If I don't agree with what you talking about, all these other comments.
We jump so frequently so that our jump masters and paratroopers are ready to deploy.
I'm very
If I don't agree with what you're talking about,
paratroopers, they see
we are arguing because we don't agree. Some of y'all got the mindset of a dictator. That's what a dictator is. Want to control what somebody else thinks and what somebody else, how somebody else feels and what they think and their opinion. Want to try to control somebody else's opinion. That's a dictator. So some of y'all got to think about what y'all really saying, bro.
250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the
If you think that the parades are bad, that's what you think. Cool.
United States.
That's why soldiers go to war. That's why all this is happening.
Our soldiers have marched
to fight for the freedoms of speech.
And obliterated America's enemies.
I love the Army.
That's what's great about America.
to set yourself up for success.
We can agree to
Prepare
disagree.
yourself for the future.
God bless you, God bless our soldiers, and God bless the U.S. Army.
That's why you can go out and protest peacefully if you don't agree with what's going on. That's why your vote is so important. Everybody voted for this, bro. Right? Everybody voted for this. This guy won the popular vote.
Arctic Angels, who execute expeditionary operations worldwide, conduct multi-domain
He won both ways.
And on
by a
decisively defeat
big
any
margin,
adversary in extreme cold
right?
weather, mountainous
And
high
he
latitude
told
environments,
everybody
large-scale
what he was gonna
combat
do, bro.
operations. The Angels are the Army's only
He told
Arctic
everybody
division,
what he was gonna
masters
do.
of Arctic warfare, the
And guess what?
worldwide in all climates.
Everybody
Established
voted
in
for
November
it.
of 1942, the Angels of the 11th Airborne Division led the way in the Philippines during World War II.
Everybody voted for it.
And spearheaded an amphibious
So what?
invasion of Luzon.
You gotta respect it.
Distinguished themselves during
If you
the
like it or
liberation
not,
of Manila.
you gotta respect
After
it. Why?
periods spent inactive and
Because
stationed in Germany from
that's the
1963
reason why
to
these guys
65,
fight, bro.
The division operated as the 11th Air Assault Division.
It's
with
for the
mission of
freedom
testing and refining the Army's
of
helicopter-centric
speech.
air mobility doctrine. Activated once again in
That's
January
why they fight.
2022, they remain dedicated to defending America's interests throughout the Arctic, in Alaska, and beyond. The 11th Airborne Division, America's Arctic Angels. Requiring ongoing maintenance in the field and on base because nothing happens until something moves, wheeled vehicle mechanics
So,
supervise and
if
perform maintenance, repair,
you say you've been in
recovery
you fought in the
operations, and
military,
serve the Army in a variety of mission-critical roles.
evidently you don't know nothing about the
Included
military.
mobile artillery such as Paladins and
Because
Abrams tanks,
that- if you fought in the
light
military from
tank,
1976
AL,
to 1984,
it's highly adaptable
you know why you are
to
fighting. You are fighting
sustainability
for the
personnel and
for the right
the
for people to have their own opinion. So if you fought 10 years, 12 years in the military,
explosive devices, the JLTV,
they're gonna try to tell somebody else, whoever's a different opinion than you, that they don't know what they're talking about. And evidently you fought in. Why did you go to war? Why did you go join the military? When you join the military, you're fighting for the right for people for freedom of speech. So make it make sense. It absolutely makes no sense. That's why some of y'all people just be saying anything, bro. Just be typing. But it's good though, because I get to let the kids know on what's really going on. arguing in the public, people outside know that the man and the woman is always getting into it, can't get along
The
for
U.S.
nothing.
Army Reserve is inseparably
Guess
linked
what
to
happened?
America's long-standing citizen
That gives
tradition.
the ops
Organizationally,
the
the
opportunity
reserves roots lie
to
in
come mess up
the
your whole
reserve
household.
Established by 1908 to provide a ready reserve of medical
It's all right
manpower.
to disagree
This
and
organization
argue,
was folded into
but
the new office
the
of
outside
Officers Reserve
not supposed to
in
know.
1917.
Same thing with
Reserve
America.
organizations furnished
It's all right
manpower
to
the Army during
disagree.
World War I and emerged into 1920 into
It's
the
all right to
organization
disagree,
of organized
but
reserve. During World War II, the Army activated
it's all right
26
to disagree,
organized reserve infantry divisions,
but
and roughly a
the
quarter
whole
of the Army
world
officer corps came from
don't
the
have to
reserve
know
during the conflict.
there's a
During the
disagreement
Korean
in the
War,
house.
organized reserve corps
Because
was
once the world knows,
reorganized
once the
and
enemy
redesignated
knows that
the
there's a
U.S.
disagreement in the
Army
house,
Reserve. The Army Reserve has since served as a vital source of manpower.
that's one of the 48 laws of power.
Gradually transitioning
The
from
art of war.
a strategic force to an operational
The way to defeat your
force in
enemy
response to the
is
pressures
to do
of
what?
the war on terror.
Y'all say y'all from the military,
In the
right?
870,000 Army Reserve
One of the number
soldiers
one
and
ways
11,000 civilians serving their home communities and
to
when
defeat
needed,
your enemy
they can quickly
is to do
mobilize.
what?
The Army can't deploy, they can't fight or win without
Have your
the
enemy,
Army
have
Reserve.
them going
They are
against
an
each
important
other.
component of Army readiness. Let's have a big hand for the Army Reserve.
Civilians calling me a baby killer, then 15 years later, thanking me for my service. Married, enlisted, men on food stamps, 20 vets a day, watching some civilian burn my flag. Well, that's the reason why you go to war, bro. So people, burning the flag is wrong. That's very disrespectful.
The striker is a great example.
That's
of
very
disrespectful.
disrespectful.
Developing the solution.
You know?
Strikers provide a balance.
It's very
Heavy
disrespectful.
armor and infantry brigade and combat teams.
Here we have more proof that the black man is the dumbest creature to ever walk the face of this earth. That will get you blocked. Yep. Well, it didn't even show up. So, Bird, it didn't even show up in the chat. So, that's a good thing about YouTube. When you start saying disrespectful stuff, it don't show up. Because I was about to get ready to block you for being disrespectful. That just let me know. I hope you change your mind. Bird, I hope you change your mind on the way you think. That's what I hope. Thank God for Trump in the military. Appreciate you for joining, Mark Warren. Hope you're having a great day. And Kenny Young, I've never heard of, I don't know nobody that do that, bro. I never heard of that. I'm quite sure it does happen, but just like I just said, I've been saying basically this whole life that some people say anything, man, to keep people divided. But we need to come together. We need to come together and respect one another. Dennis Kern, the whole world is laughing at us.
When Americans hear the name
Okay, Dennis Kern. Why do you think the whole world is laughing at us?
Surrounded by German forces in the frozen forest of Belgium.
I agree with you, but I want to know why you think the whole world is laughing at us. Then I say, well, I already said why I think the whole world is laughing at us. I already said why I think that. So why do you think the whole world is laughing at us, Dennis Kern? Your opinion is really valuable. Yeah, I want to know what you really think. America is the greatest country on earth. Thank you to the many men that died for my freedom. And many of us that are alive. Yeah, we gotta thank the guys that made it too. We gotta thank all the guys. Because you look like Russia. Very first. Who looks like Russia? America looks like Russia. Well, very first, I like your name, very first, because that's gonna lead me to my next statement. This is not the very first time that America has thrown a parade. Not the very first time, guys. So if you didn't know that, you just got educated.
The Army's transformation in contact,
which is the whole purpose.
A program that allows the Army to rapidly
test to enlighten people that don't know.
Our soldiers with
so very first,
technologies.
This is not the very first time that America has done this.
The Bastogne Brigade continues to adapt to new threats.
Well, very first, you must didn't listen. You must didn't hear what I just said.
The next generation squad.
This is not the very first time.
An XM250.
Okay, very first.
With the XM
why do you think that it looks stupid?
Are the infantry squad
What's stupid about it?
A new mobility
what do you think?
That can rapidly move through.
But this is not the first time.
The trailer is the S-MET, and it's capable.
America hasn't done it in a while, but this is not the first time.
This platoon is equipped with 3 types of small unmanned aerial systems.
Very first, why do you think
located on the S-MET?
It's stupid. I really want to know.
And right above us there, the X-10D, which are flying above the formation right now.
Me personally, I like it, but I would like for this to happen every birthday of the military, every year. Celebrate the birth of the Army, the Marines, Air Force, Navy, all of them. Celebrate it every year. I like that. But if this is the only parade we get, and then a lot of guys that's been in here saying that it's only because of Trump's birthday, then I'm gonna agree with you. Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you then. If this is the only one we see, I will agree. I will agree with the guys that's been saying that the only reason why this is happening is for show. It's for Trump's birthday. But I like it. You know, I think we should celebrate these guys just like we do Christmas, Thanksgiving, Memorial Day, Veterans Day, birthdays. That's what I think. I like it. Then it's not the very first time you ain't. That's a good one, very first. I like that comment. I like that. That was a good one. I like that comment. Then it's not the very first time USA looks stupid. Why do you think it looks stupid?
The Bradley fighting vehicle has proved itself to be lethal and survivable.
I think I look at it as a celebration of the military.
In the 1980s, designed as a troop transport, tank killer.
I think that's how I look at it.
The Bradley is a.
And I think that they should do this every year.
American troops often
which they, well, the parade. Wait, let me clarify this. The parade is not done
accuracy while moving. And it's
every single year, but they do have festivities every single year. not just the Army, but the Marines, you know, they have their festivities that, you know, that's not really, that a lot of people don't know. But I like the parade. I like it. But I want to see this done for every branch, every single year. So if this doesn't happen again, then I'm gonna be like, man, he just did this trying to be like somebody else. Then I'm gonna start thinking like that. But I like it. Danny Hill, hell no. Why you don't like it, Danny Hill? Let us know. We should show thanks to our armed forces, but don't make it look like Russia. Well, very first, you don't know this cost $45 million. I would rather do this as a celebration for the guys that fought than to send the money to another country. I would rather that. This than that. I would rather them celebrate the military guys every single year, but they deserve it, rather than send the money overseas. Yeah, that's what I believe. Because the military guys deserve it. And a lot of them that I know, they like it. Some of them, I know some that don't, but a lot of them like it. I think it's pretty cool. I back with 437. BS. All for that. If very first, if he don't do this again, like if this the last one, and we don't see no more, then I'm gonna agree with that. But I think they should do this a lot. If not every year, maybe every 2 or 3 years. But I like the military parade. I like it. Just like I like the Christmas parade. I like the Thanksgiving Day parade. I like it. I like the Rose Bowl parade. You know, these other parades cost money too. Y'all do know that, right?
In the sky, the AH-64 Apache.
We do celebrate every year twice. It's called Veterans Day and Memorial Day.
It continues to evolve and modify to meet worldwide threats. It can deliver intense fire on the battlefield.
Yeah, you're right. 1980 Raider.
Guided Hellfire.
You got a great point.
30mm cannon fire. The aircraft you see here is configured with a sophisticated targeting radar system and can operate in poor visibility and in the black of night. With more than 1,280 aircraft in operation accumulating over 5 flight hours, 1.3 million of which have been in combat.
Turn those days into this type of, I like this type of parade. I like it. Hey, what's up, ATM Tim? How you doing, bro?
And a growing
appreciate you for joining me. Yeah, I like this kind of parade, guys. But you're right, 1980 Raider. But I think they should do this parade on Veterans Day and Memorial Day. You're right. I like that better. What do y'all think about that? Would y'all be okay with having a parade on Veterans Day and Memorial Day? Would y'all like that better?
Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin.
Sorry, my dear friend, but those military guys don't cost anything but the gas or whatever it takes to drive the tank and stuff. Parades in America never look like Russia in any way.
To the future of Army
Thank you to the U.S. Armed Forces. Yes, you like Russia and
the
dictators.
Army Research Laboratory robot
What a clown
reflect
tank.
the latest in Army innovation. Look at this. Much like a true canine, these robots can go where soldiers cannot.
I have
they
a right
ability, improved tactical
to.
awareness, reduce risk to
I
soldiers,
agree with
and
it.
enhance
I like it.
Replacing soldiers' robot dogs.
They should have it on Memorial Day. Yeah, I agree. I like it.
Explosive ordnance, an active defensive posture, or aggressive capacity when armed.
Appreciate everybody for coming in and rocking with me, man. Everybody got their own opinions. That's cool. Over here, you can speak your mind, but you got to be respectable. But, you know, this is the Speak Your Mind channel, as long as you're respectable. Everybody got their own difference of opinions. That's cool. Look at that robot, the robot dog. I appreciate y'all for joining me, though. I appreciate y'all. Y'all could be anywhere else, but y'all choose to come hang out with me, and I really appreciate it. I like y'all comments as well. Different perspective, you know, on how different people think, which is great. That's the great thing about America, guys. The great thing, the freedom of speech. Elon, get your dog.
As the oldest continuously serving Army band and the oldest unit at West Point, this is the United States Military Academy Band, ladies and gentlemen. West Point Band traces its history.
Please support Ukraine and freedom.
By George Washington during the American Revolution. Over the next 2 centuries, this band evolved into one of the most capable and
shout out to Ukraine
groups in the world.
Ukrainian food is some of the best food, by the way.
Most prestigious institutions in the world where leadership.
Yeah, they got some great tasting food.
Duty becomes destiny. This is West Point, where Army leaders are made. With the motto of duty, honor, and country, West Point trains the best and brightest.
Go them boys out of West Point.
As Army officers. Founded back in 1802 by President Thomas Jefferson, West Point is the home of the long gray line, a legacy of courage and excellence that includes 77 Medal of Honor recipients, 2 U.S. presidents.
Can't wait till football season starts to see that Army-Navy football game.
Douglas MacArthur and Norman Schwarzkopf.
Which is a great event. Army versus Navy. I like this more and more. I'm changing my mind. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
Upon entering the United States Army, all recruits.
But I want to see the Marines.
Training, a highly intense and a challenging training.
I want to see the Marines. I want to see the Air Force. I want to see the Navy.
Discipline, train them in essential combat skills.
45 million on straight endeavor.
Transform civilians into soldiers based on the 7 core Army values: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity.
Hey, what's going on, Kevin? Appreciate you for joining the show. I must admit, when I used to see we used to see China doing it and Russia doing it. I used to be like, man,
for civilian
I want to see America do
serve their
this.
country
That's
in
what I
the
used to
armed
think
forces.
in my mind.
VMI counts
Whenever
on
we
Nobel
see
Prize winner,
how
Rhodes
those guys
scholars,
from China,
donors,
when they be
Senate Medal
marching,
honor
and all of us on
and a
step,
Pulitzer Prize winner among its graduates.
looking
As
at
one of the
President
nation's senior
Xi,
military colleges, students at Virginia
I used to be
Military
like, man, I want to see
Institute
our
can
guys do
participate
get
in
down.
Army ROTC or the Corps
What
of
they,
Cadets.
you know what I'm saying, looking
While
clean,
cadets in the Corps can serve in any branch of the
strutting,
United States
showing their
military or
stuff.
pursue other careers, those in Army ROTC earn their commission as officers, ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard or Army Reserve. Each year, the
I always
Army
did want to see this, guys.
Blue Ridge Battalion commissions
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I always wanted to see
132nd
this.
lieutenants, ensuring
So,
that excellence in leadership
I
continues
think it's pretty cool.
in generations to come.
It celebrates the guys.
The Citadel, the military
It don't
college
only
of South
celebrates the
Carolina,
military,
offers students
but it
the opportunity
also
to participate in Army
it
ROTC
promotes.
or the
You know,
historic
the younger
Corps of
kids
Cadets.
could be looking at this and say,
Founded in
hey,
1842,
I like
the Citadel is the
that. I want to
third
go
oldest of
join the
senior
Army,
military
Air Force,
colleges,
Marines, or
and is
whatever.
known for its Corps of Cadets living and studying under a classical
It's good for
military
promotion.
system that makes leadership and character development essential. While military service is not required in graduation,
It makes me want to go sign up right now.
Earn their commission each year through the Army
I ain't gonna
Senior
even lie.
ROTC Palmetto Battalion, playing a vital role in shaping the future.
Shut up, Stock Sniper. You know you too old.
As one of the nation's
I
senior
tried.
military colleges, Texas A&M University is
I
home to both
tried,
Army
but it's how it
ROTC
makes me hype.
and the renowned Corps of Cadets. The Corps of
I like
Cadets'
it.
central purposes has remained building individuals that exemplify respect, excellence, leadership, loyalty, integrity, and selfless service. Students at the university who participate in the Army ROTC earn their commission as officers, ready to serve on active duty in the National
Those soldiers
Guard or
can
Army
be
Reserve.
proud. For me,
Each year,
it's more
the Army
about
Senior
people
ROTC
showing off
Warrior
tanks
Training
or
Battalion
whatever.
at Texas A&M proudly commissions more than
All right,
90
Texas A&M
lieutenants
Aggies, guys.
and is honored to shape the future leaders of the U.S. Army. In a powerful display of commitment, these future soldiers will raise their right hand and take an oath of enlistment, pledging to serve our nation. This joint formation is proudly led by the Joint Task Force, National Capital Region, and the Military District of Washington Retention Team. Shaping tomorrow's Army, West Point's most inspiring cadets remind us that America's future is courageous and in capable hands.
The pride to serve my country knows that I'm doing it not for myself. Every day I put on the uniform, I'm not just representing Caroline Robinson. I'm representing my company here at the Academy. I'm representing West Point. I'm representing the United States.
West
Army.
Point.
Ultimately, I'm representing the United States of America.
Very first, have a nice evening. Good stuff.
Belief in the
You have a nice evening too. Appreciate you for coming through.
You're a part
Appreciate
of something
you.
that is much bigger than yourself. You're a part of a tradition of excellence.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
That's connected not only to the Academy but to the American
And
Army.
happy Father's Day to all the fathers tomorrow.
Make themselves better. And
Tomorrow is a big day too.
And that to me
Happy Father's Day tomorrow.
From the earliest days of our nation, this supreme tradition of American military service has been passed down from soldier to soldier and generation
go to football
to
game.
generation, and it's a beautiful thing to watch.
My brother preceded me here, and originally I didn't really
Army
know what
versus
it was until
Navy.
he came. But when I saw the mission that they were committed to, of upholding the principles of American democracy and protecting the Constitution, I knew it was somewhere I had to be.
Every time that we lived outside of the United States,
If war breaks out, open enlistment will be allowed if you're in good health.
And I wanted to give back to my country what it gave to me.
And it wasn't until I zipped
Well, I
the
think I'm
last
too old.
the belt on for the first time.
I think I would
that
be too
realized that I
old.
was going to be serving my country, and it felt right.
But I would though if I could at my age.
The Army was
I definitely would.
I just looked to the left and right over basic training and realized that we all had the same American patch on our shoulders.
Because
we were all
my
fighting for the
dad,
same thing.
my daddy is a veteran.
Knowing that every
My
single
grandpa,
person
well,
around
y'all,
you
if
is
y'all
committed to
been on the
that
channel
mission.
before,
You came for excellence. You
mostly
came to
every
do
man
you
in my
came to
family
serve your
fought in
country,
wars,
you came to show
except me.
yourselves that you are among
So,
the smartest,
and because I didn't because
lethal warriors.
I thought I was wet behind the ear. Well, I was wet behind the
What excites me
ear.
the most about my future in
And
the Army is
I went to the left,
opportunity that I'm
right?
going to have to give back
I didn't go to the right.
American
I went to the
soldiers that
left.
I'll be leading.
Because
So,
ultimately,
as I got
they
older,
don't get to choose.
I came
It's
over to the
me
right
that
side of
has the
America,
responsibility to be the best leader.
and
And
yeah,
as a young
a
officer,
military is all up in my blood.
I was the cadet basic training.
I just
first
didn't
week,
listen
the first 3 weeks.
to what my parents
I got to see
told me
new
to do.
cadets come in from their families, homes.
I
and
made a
being
huge
on the very
mistake.
First day. I'm watching them grow.
But I definitely
I would do all the formation.
would have
I
went
looked
to the
at
military.
these 1,000 new cadets.
Definitely.
People who had just come out of high school. They were completely different people.
It's in my
There's
blood.
an institution in the country like West Point, where the student body is so committed to furthering the mission of America and ensuring our democracy and freedom for generations to come.
I'm really surrounded by the best of the best, and that's when I realized this is a place that I absolutely want to be.
Yeah, every man in my family really fought in wars.
Provides opportunities. The people here.
Grandfather,
to take those
World War
opportunities
I.
and grow and lead and serve.
Dad, Vietnam,
And the people here want
uncles,
to do that. I'm
cousins.
proud to be a part of that, and
The
I
list
would tell
goes
any high
on
school
and on and
who's
on.
Considering it.
A lot of homeboys. Some of them agree with this, some of them don't. Like my dad. He's watching right now. He like it. And he really fought in the trenches.
Left. Pace. Mr. President, First Sergeant Norton reporting for duty, sir. Ready to commence the ceremony as directed.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear. That I will support and defend. The Constitution of the United States of America.
Special waiver, Army chaplain only,
Against all enemies.
any age.
Foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith. And allegiance to the same. And that I will obey the orders. Of the President of the United States. And the orders. Of the officers appointed over me. According to regulations. And the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Congratulations, congratulations. Welcome to the United States Army, and have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life.
That's the new kids that just got sworn into the military. Is it over?
Ranger School is the best life insurance policy for our Army. It will always end with two people facing off with each other, and we need young leaders to be able
I'm ready to do some PT right now.
And defend our nation's.
Yeah, I'm ready to go do some PT right
It's
now.
not a Ranger word. It's not an option. I know that I'm not going to be able to get to do this again. This is my chance.
It all starts at the legendary Ranger School, the crucible where these elite warriors are forged. It has been described as the longest approved gut check in the Army. Over 62 days, students will patrol hundreds of miles over mountains and through swamps. under the crushing weight of their equipment. All the while, they are deprived of both food and sleep, forced to perform at the very edge of their physical limits. But it's not just the physical challenges that make Ranger School so intense. The mental strain will break these soldiers down to their core.
If I have a come-to-God moment, I have to take my PC off my patrol cap. And on the inside of that, my commander gave me a Ranger tab, the yellow and black one that you get during graduation. And I pinned it to the inside of my PC.
Ranger School is not for the faint of heart, but for those who are up to the challenge, it is the ultimate proving ground.
They already didn't have enough beds for people in our company. And our eyes reminded us that we don't have enough beds because there's not going to be this many people by tomorrow. Just a slight reminder of that. There's too many of you anyways, and not all of you are going to pass.
Rangers, if you don't figure it out, you're about to get another casualty.
It's completely different than what people would think Ranger School is like, but you can't put that into words, so it's hard to tell somebody something that you have to experience for yourself.
They got a saying, it's called as the tab turns. So Ranger School is continuing to change and to develop, but at the end of the day, it is the same, right? They're always going to put you in scenarios that is going to test your ability to actually make decisions on the ground.
As you go through Ranger School, it is a gut check. It's going to check you out. And what's going to get you through it is whether you have it or not. Thousands and thousands of soldiers train all their lives to come here, prepare themselves to come to Ranger School, and only a few hundred leave here every class with the tab. It's not for everyone.
I'm not going to leave until I get it. So just buckle down, stop complaining, and just get the job done.
I think the only thing will be difficult for me to do is jump out that airplane.
Please welcome country music sensation and proud supporter of our troops, Warren Ziders.
I think we're gonna look at, let me switch it. Because while we watching this, guys, we gotta think about Israel.
Up Temple Street and leaving this area here. And presumably it is the police department taking folks away from the area that has often been sort of that middle ground and that conglomerate there of where a lot of activity that becomes more destructive that we have seen over the last few days has happened. That is at Los Angeles Street there in Maine. There have been like puffs of smoke that have come out.
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I got to use the restroom.
Coming up Temple Street and away from that area, and that is where we believe that
a lot of folks
are being moved from. So again, now people are again chanting their ICE out of LA is what they're saying now, part of their demonstration here. Again, we're seeing a group of different people. There are still young children here. There are still families here. There are a lot of just regular folks handing out water, handing out food. There are people with first aid kits trying to help people now, like the gentleman that I told you that I just saw a couple of minutes ago walk up this street holding his ear. He looked and appeared to be bleeding. It is unclear exactly what caused that, but as we look behind me again and as you hear behind me, things are going and going up in the air there as you see some smoke. Unclear right now what it is that is going on there, but this is sort of the activity that's here. And like I said, if you categorize things in terms of feelings, it went from calm, peaceful, familiar, community to this at this point. Things that, like across the city, we've been getting reports from different city officials from Pasadena and Glendale saying that their peaceful protests have now dispersed peacefully. This is what they want. This is what Mayor Bass asked for, to be peaceful, to leave. You can protest. If you protest peacefully, we will let you stay here, right? We won't interfere in any way. But in some point, the LA Central put out a notice that said there is an order for dispersal, saying that folks are, and I just wanted to let you know we're getting an emergency alert as we speak right now, that the Los Angeles Street, Temple Street, that is 1 block away there that you see from where we're standing, is now being declared an unlawful assembly. Just got that emergency alert right now as we were speaking. So this is escalating to that point where we want, the city now wants folks to really get out and move out of this area, seeing that it has gotten to a point where they do not feel comfortable. They do no longer believe that it is as peaceful as it was before. And by the way, folks, we're still 3 hours away from a curfew that's now being in place for several days. So in and around this area, people are going to have to disperse if they do not want to get taken in by the police department. A curfew, again, in place
That's
for 1 square mile
right
of
there.
LA
US
City,
Army,
which includes where we are at this point. But as you can see, people are kind of moving around here. Everyone was getting that alert as we were talking about it there on camera just a couple of minutes ago. So seemingly it seems that there's going to be
you for the comment, James.
some way to either get out of here 3 hours away from that curfew
Appreciate
taking
you for
effect
joining
once again tonight.
You could be anywhere else.
It is incredible to watch these two images, Lolita, on the left side of our screen for our viewers. That is one side of City Hall where it is loud but mostly peaceful, where Lolita's standing, and quite the contrast, literally 1 city block away, the east side of City Hall. That image there on your right from our News Chopper 4 of protesters going at it with officers launching projectiles back and forth at each other. Let's go back up to Brian Andrews now.
There's a lot going on, man.
And Brian, it's incredible to see how
There's
different these two scenes
guys.
are playing out just 1 block from each other. But tell us what you've been seeing over the last several minutes, because police can't seem to get this few people here on the ground, but they keep anything that officers throw at them, they're throwing it right back.
Yeah, so this is Temple in Maine, where she was just talking about being declared an unlawful assembly, and we've watched a lot of tear gas get tossed at the protesters, and then they simply kick it back a lot of the times. So it's not; those don't seem to be that effective. But a lot of flashbangs, a lot of smoke, a lot of gas has been launched at these protesters. They're creating some makeshift barriers here. They've got umbrellas, and some of them have shields that they're beginning to set up. They don't seem like they want to leave. They seem like they want to stay here. They want to keep fighting, and that's what it seems like they're going to do. They're going to stay here until the police absolutely force them out.
The authorities there to the left, I saw the mounted unit, I see police vehicles there. So at this point, they are just ready to move in. I just wonder at what point they will start pushing them forward, because we've seen them do it and it happens quite quickly, but it doesn't look right now like they're ready to move in just yet. Although they have been throwing some of those flashbangs, some of the tear gas into that crowd there. And we've seen the crowd move a little bit, but then they come right back.
Yeah, the crowd seems pretty happy to stay here. Anything that gets launched into the crowd simply gets either picked up and tossed back or kicked back. So it's not being terribly effective. They are standing their ground. They'll run back for a little bit, but then they'll come right back and take that intersection over again. But like you said, those officers, when they decide, you know what, enough is enough, they will move quick and they will move fast and they will move effectively. So hopefully we'll be here to catch that.
And these are the moments that the mayor, the governor, and other local and state leaders have been talking about. The violence that erupts at the end of these protests, clashes between protesters and law enforcement, that's what leads to these dispersal orders. And now what Lolita was reporting, officially an unlawful assembly, meaning everyone there in Brian's image is subject to arrest. And again, this is just 1 city block away, 1 city hall away from where Lolita is standing. So right now we want to go back out to our Brittany Hope. She's about 3 to 4 blocks away from this, over by the 101 freeway, where, Brittany, we saw a lot of the protesters near you They seem to remain peaceful there, gathering around the 101 freeway. But what we're seeing just a few blocks from you is a very different scene. It's a minority of people for sure, but it's a very, very different scene.
Certainly, what we're seeing here at this point, what we're seeing across from us at Arcadia and Maine, very peaceful. And this is kind of what we've been seeing all day, people, you know, holding flags over the 101, getting support from people below. You know, I want to show you this. So my photographer, JR, just found these. These are pepper balls. So this is what law enforcement uses to disperse crowds at some point. I can tell you these were definitely used today because A, we saw the smoke in the air, but B, both of us felt it, which is why we have masks on. There was definitely some sort of pepper substance that was released here at this intersection when they broke up the crowd here an hour ago. But because of the wind, a lot of what's being done 3-4 blocks from us is also kind of coming this way. But this is just an example of what is being thrown out. I do want to show you though, yes, still very peaceful here. Certainly law enforcement is stopping this crowd on Main from getting onto Main, from getting onto the overpass, because once they cross the overpass, that's when they can get towards City Hall again. But at this point, it's people, you know, kind of standing there. We haven't seen any sort of flashbangs come from this area. We haven't seen any sort of clashes between law enforcement and protesters in this area. Oh, you know what? I just got an emergency alert on my phone. I want to see what this is. Oh, you know what? Well, what it's saying is that this area that we are at, Temple in Los Angeles, we're just 1 block north of that, has now been declared an unlawful assembly area. You can hear those flashbangs that are going off. I believe that's 3 to 4 blocks away from us. But because of the acoustics in downtown LA, we can hear them very well. It looks like there's people, JR, can you pan all the way to 2 overpasses from us? Suddenly there's smoke coming from that area. There's people who are running, and it looks like there's cars that are able to pass as well. So I'm not sure what's going on. This is the first time we've seen any sort of smoke come from these overpass areas. It has been very peaceful here, but certainly someone set those off, and we see people running alongside vehicles that are in the area. I do believe that there might be some sort of pepper or chili substance in there, because we can see people kind of grabbing their faces, hunching over. Not sure if that was deployed by law enforcement, if that was from someone else. Oh, we just saw a bottle at a distance fly through the air.
Wait till it gets dark.
In a moment, things out here can change, you guys. Back to you.
All right, we're going to switch over. Thank you, Brittany, to Lolita Lopez as we continue to monitor the shot from News Chopper 4, where we can see from above, we are seeing that smoke. We're seeing people running right now. So let's see if we can get a hold of Lolita Lopez, because it seems to be where some of the action is happening right now. Lolita.
Yeah, this does not appear to be anything that we've seen from any law enforcement. There is none here at this time. What was thrown on the ground was a series of several things that went up in the air. It smells like fireworks, to be quite honest with you. We did not see this coming from any member of law enforcement. It just went 1, 2, 3, 4. It spooked a lot of people, including ourselves, and we then started moving outward here. We're now at a safe distance. You can see that it's dissipated, but in that moment, definitely was some scary moments there for folks who were just standing around. Actually, we were on the corner with a group of young people who were saying peaceful protests and chanting that over and over again as those, whatever those, items were on the ground. I don't want to presume what it is, but what I can tell you is we did not see it come from any member of law enforcement. It just came in there in the middle of the street, started popping off, if you will, and then people started moving out of the area. As you can see now, really folks have dispersed, moving out towards Spring Street there to the left, and the other way towards City Hall on Spring Street, but definitely getting in and around there as you see some folks there kicking and whatever canisters they see there on the ground. I'll get a little bit closer if I can a little bit later on to see what that is, but we don't smell pepper in the air. I'm not feeling anything in my eyes or in my throat to indicate that it is any one of those two things at this time. As we're looking, say that one more time.
Law enforcement coming in.
Law enforcement is now coming in. As you see the sheriffs coming in there, and thank you to our photographer Tommy Bravo, who's talking to me. His eagle eye is watching while I'm trying to tell you and speak to you what's going on here. You can see the sheriff's deputy now going directly through there on Temple, trying to sort of move and create a path there, getting folks away from this this area. As we told you just a couple of minutes ago, there is now an unlawful assembly. They are trying to disperse folks there. Those to me sound more like fireworks from my time here, and that's the same thing that we saw earlier. If you see there down the street where Tommy is showing you, we're 1 block away on Main and Temple. That's what came and sort of popped off here. There were several, I would say 6 to 7 in a row. People started running off. There was smoke in the air, but that felt more like a firework. Again, no pepper spray feeling, no tear gas, nothing that is clearly could affect eyes and throat that I have felt, and I have felt both of those things before. So as we show you this right now, people are still kind of muddling through, cars coming in. We actually haven't seen anyone from any member of either law enforcement or the city coming in to kind of walk through traffic and see, and it's sort of maneuver traffic, if you will. The only folk was that deputy that you saw kind of going down Temple. But like I was saying before, these streets had been open all morning long. We got here at around 9:30 this morning. The streets were used for the marches, for the signs, for the music going through. There was a band on a tractor trailer coming through, folks dancing. There were, all kinds of things kind of going through here very peacefully. So the streets not being open before and even up until now wasn't anything of a surprise. It's just at this point where we now see some of this activity, we're not seeing any sort of barriers being put in place by either the city. Tommy, go look at that tower. Someone's climbing up on that tower there. We see someone climbing up on the tower here. It just feels like there's a certain group, a smaller group, that around the same time, because we have been here since last Friday and Saturday when these demonstrations are going down, that come and sort of go to another step of what has been taken from others who had been peacefully protesting on the street. Because I do want to emphasize that we have been here for 8 hours. We have beautiful sound from families, from people that are just looking to make sure that, that are protesting against the immigration race, from the use of the National Guard.
I agree with
speaking
you,
about why they're here, what it means to them to be Americans and to be immigrants, some of them, while they're here. And so while we're seeing that and hearing that all day long, now we see sort of this kind of turn into just a very different feeling and environment at this time. So again, we're on Spring and Temple. We're seeing some vehicles, if you can see now, coming up Spring Street. I'm not saying up, it's west, but it's kind of away from that downtown area. If you think about where I am, I'm probably about 3 blocks away from the Federal Detention Center, and they're coming up this way. We see flashing lights. You can see them coming up through, and this is the first time that we have put eyes on any sort of law enforcement or officials that is moving folks kind of doing any sort of traffic control, if you will. Now sort of really making the point that they want people off the streets here of Los Angeles, and it sort of makes sense because they've created declared an unlawful assembly at this time, just about half an hour to 45 minutes after they put out that dispersal order initially, because as police were saying, someone began throwing rocks and bricks and other items, and so then the dispersal order, and now it's created an unlawful assembly that we just were on live with you about 5 to 10 minutes ago when that all happened. So again, I'm showing you here those flashing lights in the middle. It does seem like they're trying to really push the idea that they really want folks out of the way, and it's the first time we've sort of seen any members of law enforcement, city officials, county officials, but anyway, kind of get in the way of folks do what they were doing before, which was peacefully demonstrating and protesting and marching in the streets of Los Angeles. Jonathan, Kathy, will send it back to you in the studio as we keep that picture up here for you.
Yeah, this is exactly, Kathy, what officials have been reiterating they don't want to see. The violence at the end of these protests, saying they no longer become peaceful, and that's what leads to these dispersal orders and unlawful assemblies, and that is what we're seeing. This was a peaceful protest throughout much of the day, one of dozens around Southern California, one of hundreds across the nation, and now it is splintered off into different groups, and unfortunately we're seeing, these protesters here right in front of City Hall clashing with law enforcement not seeming to go in yet, but at any moment, they're prepared to.
Yeah, what Leah was mentioning earlier, we saw dancers, so you were hearing music, and now we're hearing flashbangs and tires screeching. We want to go to Andrew Blankstein. He is one of our investigative sources we have here at NBC. Tell us what you're learning. What have you heard?
I'm trying to find some other things we can look at, guys.
This off, or the tipping point in this whole episode, in the last hour, was that according to law enforcement sources
Iran
familiar,
and Israel.
police started getting rocks and bottles, and it quickly turned from, as
Trying to
was
find
reported at the scene,
a lot of things that's going on.
Huge crowds, but very peaceful, expressing First Amendment, and quickly as the afternoon went on, and in the last hour, that has kind of turned. And the complicating factor, obviously, for police is that there's still people kind of lingering from the day, coupled with people who are mixing it up with the police at this hour. And so what they're trying to do is take kind of these larger crowds and move them, and then kind of break them up into smaller crowds or smaller pieces. And so,
trying to see what's going on.
As we've seen in the last week, there has been there have been these
right here, the best
flashpoints that
action
usually
so
start in
far.
the late afternoon to evening, and it's difficult for police to kind of deal with that. And then there's certainly, when you're deploying CS gas and there's batons, there's horses, trying to push crowds, there's invariably some people that get injured. And I think that's that. At this point, you're seeing some of the kind of chaos in that crowd at the moment from some of these aerials.
It's a tough needle for police to thread, because they know the minute rocks or bottles or anything is thrown at them, they're going to move in. But then that's what starts this chaos. How do they handle that? How do they decide when they're going to make that move? Because it always seems to result in this.
I think initially it's just kind of the use of force, and they try to say, well, either have a designated period where there's marches and protests, and then and obviously the overlay to this is this curfew that is usually has been in the last few days since it's been declared. It started from 8 until 6 in the downtown area. But certainly there have been people who are kind of pressing the issue and committing violence. There's kind of a long list of things that police have said that everything from rocks, bottles, strobe lights, drones, all kinds of things where people in some of these crowds late into the evening have committed against police, according to multiple sources familiar. So it is really difficult. You want to stress officer safety. You want to deal with crowd safety, but there's people who seem to be pressing the initiative and committing acts of violence. And as you said, Kathy, it's a very difficult needle to thread, and it's not perfect.
And Andrew, local leaders the entire week have been stressing that we didn't need the National Guard, for instance. We didn't need the Marines that were sent in by the Trump administration to come in, that we have things under control. But every night this has seemingly devolved into violence of some sort there in downtown LA. That's what led to the curfews, as you mentioned earlier. How are local law enforcement, staffed up for this moment? This is a protest that is being copied all around the country today.
I think so too.
Were there extra staff brought on board this weekend with both sheriffs and LAPD?
For both departments, Jonathan, it was all hands on deck. 12 hours on, 12 hours off, canceled vacations, held over on shifts, only responding to high priority calls. And so, as you mentioned as well, I mean, the overlay here is that you have the National Guard and the Marines guarding some of these federal buildings, and then the police are responding to crowds also that are moving at times too close there. And so it makes the already difficult job in this department, or these departments are no stranger to this. Obviously, in the last 5 years with the George Floyd protests,
I've never been.
They are used to it.
Yeah,
but when you add
that's the thing about this kind of
overlay,
stuff,
if you will, of kind of the federal
closes
troops,
down everything.
Marines, National Guard, and if there's issues, police get called in and have to do protection there. So I think there's a lot of moving parts. You have to do a lot of things well.
Just imagine what the people that live around there going through.
You also have to deal with
I would just imagine
people who are intent on
this
committing violence.
right here is happening in my neighborhood.
And police have to worry about keeping the crowd safe, even the crowds that are protesting and violently or throwing things, and keeping themselves safe, because we have to remember that they have families too. So it's everyone trying to stay safe in these situations. And we've seen people coming up to the mounted unit, coming up to the horses. It's never a safe idea. But now we have the curfew coming up at 8 o'clock. So what do you think happens between 5:30 and 8?
Well, as we've seen, Kathy, I think in the late afternoon, early evening, when you do have this kind of changeover in terms of protests getting protesters in spots getting more aggressive,
at night, it's gonna get
they're going to have to deal with that. And they do have the numbers of officers to deal with that. I think there's been kind of very clear language from public officials in the city, obviously the command staff in both departments, that violence isn't going to be tolerated. And so, but you have this complicating factor now. You had 30,000 people, unofficial estimates from people that I talked to today, into downtown Los Angeles, including people who hadn't shown up at previous protests. So you have to kind of deal with people who are maybe not used to not only the numbers of people around or haven't been to previous rallies or protests, but then are dealing with what we've seen the last few weeks. And so that complicates it. And some people, as we've seen, have kind of gotten caught in places maybe they shouldn't and not moved on. I think what all of the overhead pictures show is that if you're down there, you might want to clear the area, but there's definitely people sticking around that, yelling at police and throwing things. We've seen a lot of that in the pictures.
And we want to reiterate for our viewers, Andrew, that this is definitely a smaller faction of the larger protest that took place. But as we've seen over the past week or so, a small group of people can cause a lot of damage. Right now, we want to go to our Brian Andrews in News Chopper 4. I believe he's over Main Street, just next to the City Hall there and the City Hall Annex. And Brian, we've seen this smaller group just slowly get bigger over the last 10, 15 minutes as we were talking to Andrew Blankstein from NBC News.
Yeah, it has definitely gotten bigger. We're here right behind City Hall. I'm not sure if there's a group of counter-protesters here, but there's been a lot of action here in the past few minutes. Lots of smoke, lots of gas, lots of pepper balls and flashbangs. There's a lot of American flags from one of these groups, and the other group has more Mexican flags. But yeah, there's been a lot of action right now. Every few minutes, those protesters, they get too close to the front lines where the police are. The police then end up pushing them back with gas and smoke and pepper balls, and then they regroup and come back forward. We've been seeing the same thing over and over.
And I believe we're also seeing some people set up fireworks at times. You're right, a number of different flags down there in a group that just doesn't seem to want to go away. Brian, we're going to stay with your shot. Thank you once again. Right now, we want to go to Beverly Hills. That is where our Robert Kovacic is live. They also had a No Kings protest there as well. Robert, how are things out there?
So the west side is completely different than what's going on in downtown Los Angeles. These are still people that are here in Beverly Hills Park, here right along Santa Monica Boulevard. They're just hugging Santa Monica right now, yelling at the tour buses and people coming by, and the horns you hear that are blaring in support. As we bring in the Deputy City Manager of Beverly Hills, Keith Sterling. Keith, thank you for waiting with us. Good to see you.
Thank you, Robert.
Sum it up for today. How did things look in Beverly Hills?
Very peaceful today. Had a total at the height of probably about 700, 5 to 700-ish here at Beverly Gardens Park. We had extra patrols out today. This site has become a frequent site for demonstrations over the last few years, so we're very used to that in Beverly Hills. As you know, we also have a lot of technology here, almost 3,000 cameras, drones, etc. So we were well prepared for today, and overall a peaceful day.
When it came to law enforcement and the support, this is the city that remains on modified tactical alert. No problems that have been reported so far?
That's correct. Modified tactical alert at least through next week as well, with everything that's happening across the globe right now. That means no vacations. Officers are here and ready for deployment if needed.
But this was exactly what you wanted to see here today, and this is what they're seeing now across the country and what we have seen pretty much here, and also we saw similarly in West Hollywood just a short time ago.
Very pleased with how things went today.
And when we look right now, it's supposed to end. People are still here. They're still congregating. But, we head towards the night. And again, there are pockets of people gathering elsewhere in different parts of Beverly Hills.
Showing us right now the No Kings protest.
In that area on the border. But in terms of trying to disperse crowds, right now, this is really just sort of letting people express.
Everybody protesting against.
That's exactly right.
Trump's
Like you said, we still have a few dozen still left here, but if you take a look at the sign, a lot of folks that aren't here to demonstrate that are visiting our city, which we, of course, we love to see.
Yeah, this is what we do want to see right now when it comes to expressing your First Amendment rights, and exactly what these protests are about. As you look what's going on in downtown Los Angeles, and you see a bit of chaos that is developing here. This is Annie. Annie here with her signs and her dog, Chanel. Annie, when it comes to being here today, put it in focus for everybody who decided to take part in these rallies all across the country.
I decided to take part.
Your hands are full. Okay.
I decided to take part because
such a
this
cute dog.
injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. When someone
Isn't that a
is
cute
being
dog, guys?
oppressed, justice is not being served. We need to unite, and there is power in uniting. When we're united, we can conquer anything and anything that comes across. Discrimination is not okay, President. Discrimination against any life is not acceptable.
Annie, thank you very much. And that is the scene here in Beverly Hills as this rally comes to an end.
I agree with him.
Let's go back to you.
We
All right, Robert, thank you. Happy to see that has been peaceful as it is in many cities across the U.S. But right now, here in downtown Los Angeles, authorities are on the move. Police are on the move. Sheriff's deputies, they have their shields. We've seen the mounted unit. Pepper balls. We've seen tear gas on the side of protesters, a lot of smoke. And Lolita Lopez, you have a front row seat. Tell us what's happening there.
Kathy, within the last 5 minutes, we have seen more sheriff deputies come out here from the Hall of Justice. This is their headquarters here of the government officials. As you see, they have now come out from inside the building. Look on the street there. I'm going to have Tommy Bravo turn to you. Now we have other members of law enforcement now actually engaging with the crowd. This is what we were talking about earlier. We had not seen this all day, right? We had not even seen them doing any type of traffic enforcement. Now the situation has really changed. And I will tell you, within that last 10 minutes when you saw this coming out, we personally have seen truckloads and carloads of new people coming in, kind of coming out and really coming into the streets there in terms of protesting in a little bit more of an aggressive form that we had not seen all day. So when you asked earlier, are some of these people that have been here all day or new people, we have actually seen them kind of coming in and getting out. That small faction that Jonathan was talking about earlier. But now you see the law enforcement force that has now centered around City Hall and the Hall of Justice here. We're on Temple and Spring Street. Police now lined up to officially start moving people out. As we've been talking about, there is now an unlawful assembly being declared. They are now getting folks that they had allowed to peacefully protest through out of the way. Again, when we had seen some smoke there in the center, there had been no law enforcement, so we had not seen that from any others other than folks there that were in the crowd. This is the latest here. We're going to keep the pictures on as we send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, we know that everyone is subject to arrest here and being detained, even journalists. Lolita, be careful out there. Thank you. Right now, we want to go back out to our Brittany Hope, who's on the other side of this. Brittany, again, you're over the 101 there at Aliso Street, where the protests where you are have remained mostly peaceful, but now we're seeing officers and deputies moving in just blocks from you to try to get these, what they've called agitators over the past week, to try to get them to go home.
Hey, certainly. And so, yes, where we are, this is Aliso and Los Angeles. We want to show you about 2 blocks behind us. So the overpass behind us is Main Street. Officers at this point have gotten protesters off that overpass. But now 2 overpasses over, I believe that is Broadway. You can see a line of police cars. Well, about 30 seconds ago, we saw at least 100 officers who were walking on there. They're walking in the direction toward Temple and Main. So what's happening at Temple and Main? You heard Lolita talk about it a little bit. We just heard from LAPD. They say that some people in the crowd are throwing commercial-grade fireworks at them. So in our live shots, if you've been hearing bangs, certainly we know that officers have used some smoke to disperse crowds, but now we have confirmation that the protesters themselves are also using commercial fireworks, causing those bangs. Really quick, JR, just behind us, we're going to kind of flip around the camera. It looks like we have some officers on the move here, and you can see that they have riot sticks on them, and they all have zip ties, those white things hanging on their legs. those are zip ties. So it looks like this group of CHP officers is now mobilizing to meet this other group who's been blocking Los Angeles in Arcadia here. So where we are at this point, all of the protesters have been cleared off from this area near the federal building, but certainly we can hear the chaos that's happening just one block over from us. And because of the wind, all of the pepper spray that's being used and the different smokes, we can feel that as well in our eyes and our lungs. I know Lolita said she couldn't feel it. For some reason, the way the wind is moving, we've been able to feel it here a lot. Although no protesters here, certainly these streets are very much blocked, preparing just in case if someone else is able to get in. Oh, it looks like we have some more officers who are going to pass through this intersection. They're going to kind of pass through us now, so you'll be able to see that with your camera. Not sure where they're headed, but it looks like that third vehicle has some sort of device on its top, whether that's a loudspeaker, what that is. But this is a line of marked law enforcement vehicles and also unmarked law enforcement vehicles that are now on Los Angeles Street just in front of the federal building. Not sure where they're going to be headed next.
25.
Oh, looks like they're just making a U-turn. All right. Well, not sure what's going on here, but this is the latest from right near the federal building.
All right. Thank you so much, Brittany Hope, there in downtown L.A. by the overpasses, and we're watching on News Chopper 4. And I think we have a moment right now as they're lining up where we can switch over to Tracy Leong in Long Beach and see what's happening out there. Tracy, how has your day been?
Yeah, Kathy, we're here in Long Beach along Ocean Boulevard, just near Bixby Park, where the demonstrations have been peaceful all day. Some people telling us they came out here around 8 this morning. The crowds have fluctuated, several hundred to now possibly about 1,500, what I reported earlier. And you can see some of the people are now walking into the street. We have a lot of cars that are driving up and down the road. A lot of people honking and beeping their support. Most of the people, though, are staying on the sidewalks. You have them on the left and the right side of Ocean Boulevard. They are carrying flags, American flags, flags from Mexico, and they're also carrying signs condemning the ICE raids that we are seeing going on around our areas. I talked to a lot of people who are from Long Beach. They said that it was important for them to come out today to show support and to stand in solidarity. And they say they are very proud of how peaceful this has remained because they do not want violence to take over and ruin their message. Long Beach police did issue a message to the community earlier. They said that if you are coming out to protest, to please keep it peaceful. They will not tolerate violence or any criminal activity. And they are also asking for people to abide by the traffic laws. And for the most part, we are seeing people continue to move through the area. Some are slowing down to take photos, to honk in their support, to jump out of the cars. But mostly they are following the rules of the road. And as far as it goes with law enforcement, we have not seen a lot of officers. It's been several hours. I think we saw 2 police cars that were following a group of marchers as they walked down Ocean Boulevard. But since then, they have left. Well, that's a good sign because these protests, they have remained peaceful. They have not gotten out of hand, which is exactly what they're calling for. And it's exactly what these demonstrators are asking for. I also spoke to a woman whose parents are immigrants. They both immigrated from Mexico. She told me it was very important for her to come out here today to give a voice to those who could not be here and to show support as to why it's important to come together. And a lot of these people, there's children, there's dogs. We're seeing everyone of all ages come out here and just to celebrate their freedom of speech and to celebrate what they believe is a monumental moment to stand up for this No Kings protest. And they say, you know, this is just one of many protests that they will continue to be a part of, a demonstration that, as we can see, Jonathan and Kathy, is not going away as you see them across our area. And here in Long Beach, though, it is good to see that it is peaceful and we have not seen it get out of hand. Reporting live in Long Beach, Tracy Leong, NBC4 News.
Tracy, thank you. And I think it's important to let our viewers know where Robert is in Beverly Hills, where Tracy is right now, that things have remained mostly peaceful like it was in most of downtown LA today until the last few moments. Tracy, thank you.
All right, let's check in with Amber Frias right now. She is in Anaheim. Amber, tell us how things went today at the protest there.
Hey, Kathy. Well, things pretty peaceful here, too. There are thousands of people at the park. Take a look. But a lot of people, you know, just kind of hanging out here with their friends. You know, they have a lot of signs here looking, protesting a lot of the immigration raids we've been seeing, protesting a lot of the Trump administration policies, but everything pretty peaceful. You can hear in the background also they have music playing, people are dancing, people are singing. A lot of families here, a lot of kids who are here today, and I actually want to bring in Monica, who's here with her daughter. She's from the area, and she thought it was really important to be here today, especially with her daughter.
I found it was very important for my daughter to see democracy in action, to exercise her right to peaceful protest and peaceful assembly. I'm an attorney. I've been watching out to make sure that everyone's being within the law and making their voices heard. And it just hits home because this is where my great-grandparents sought refuge. This is where we've worked our whole lives. My father's a Vietnam veteran in the big Red 1 unit, and he fought really hard.
There's multiple protests going on at the same time.
And bombed
One protest
so it was really important to be here.
Thank you so much, Monica. Thank you. And like I was telling you guys, thousands of people. It's not just the people here sitting, hanging out at the park, but there are hundreds of them, if not thousands, kind of lined up, wrapping around the park, and also getting a lot of attention from people driving through the area. That is my report live in Anaheim. Amber Frias, NBC4 News.
Yeah, lots of protests across Orange County. Anaheim, certainly the largest. Amber, thank you. Right now, we want to go back out to in downtown LA. Lolita, we just want to make sure you're doing okay because things changed within the last few minutes when we last checked in with you.
No King's Day protest.
Yes, and thank you so much for checking on us. We are doing okay. I've been doing this for something like 30 years. I hate to age myself, but we are with security. We are moving away as we move systemically with law enforcement. And let me explain to you how is happening here. We are now about a block or two away from where we were earlier. And that is the sort of what they're trying to do here is go block by block and move people up and away from the area, trying to move everyone through that dispersal mode. Let me just show you what we have here. This is now Temple Street and North Broadway. You see that sheriff deputies here holding this line. This has been here for quite some time as they not only block this off, but also Elisa 1 block over, which is where you can get to the freeway. Now we want to show you sort of where the LAPD has now stationed. Remember, this was all opened earlier. People were coming through with their cars. People were walking through there with their signs and peacefully protesting, coming kind of through there. No longer. They came in when you saw in full force there. More sheriff's deputies are now around the Hall of Justice, which is the headquarters there, and in and around the area. What they're trying to do, it seems, is to move everyone block by block away from that area. We are now 4 blocks. We were about 2.5. Now we're about 4.5 blocks away from that Los Angeles Street and Temple, where much of that congregation of
that's what a lot of people don't know.
Those protesters coming in. And as I said earlier, we have been seeing some folks that are kind of coming in to this protest and being more aggressive, and not those that have been around all day. So that is something that we have been noticing right now. So this is sort of where that line is. You can see cars that have been in and around the protest now coming out of this area. They're really trying to move folks away from the downtown area. And as I look at my watch, we're 15 minutes to 6 o'clock. Not only is this an unlawful assembly now, and they're trying to make people disperse, but we're 2 hours away from that curfew that it's been around for the last couple of days. We've got helicopters up above as well.
They're taking a look
here, and they're really trying to just move people away from this area and move them out of that downtown zone where we had seen all of those different types of devices going off, whether they were flashbangs or pepper bullets or fireworks, which is what we believe that we saw closer to our area. Those things have now no longer been going on, as we see now police in very heavy force, both the LAPD as well as sheriff's deputies from LA County now here sort of keeping this line. Again, we are on Broadway and Temple, and this is where we stand right now in a very safe distance from the stuff that was occurring there. And really trying to move away from the downtown area. Jonathan and Kathy, send it back to you.
All right, Lolita, thank you so much. And as we were listening to Lolita, we were also watching News Chopper 4, Brian Andrews. We just saw CHP officers and the mounted unit, LAPD, it looks like, making a big move there. And they are now face-to-face with some of the protesters who are left over.
They just pushed. So this is Main Street. They've been pushing south along Main Street.
There's a lot going on. It's a lot going on in the
way
world.
back here, and they've pushed with a very strong force. and pushed everybody out from behind City Hall. That building on the screen right, that's City Hall. So right now they've used those mounted units with great effectiveness.
All I heard was "Happy Birthday, Donnie T."
Those crowds did not.
Well, I thought somebody was in the chat named Donnie. I didn't know he was referring to Donald Trump.
Once those mounted units decided to move forward.
Well, it is Donald Trump's birthday. Oh God! But I didn't think they was referring to that.
Those officers.
I thought it was really somebody named Donnie T.
It is intimidating to see those horses come at you.
And yet, even then, Brian, to your point, we've seen protesters go right up against some of these horses. Never a good idea. Many of them touching those horses and, forcing law enforcement to respond. Are we still seeing the level of, projectiles being launched back and forth at this point, or does it seem that this crowd
that it was even Donald Trump's
is
birthday.
now finally cooperating? It's kind of hard to tell from our vantage point. What have you been seeing?
Yeah, so Jonathan, right now the crowd.
There's a lot going on, man.
I haven't seen any gas
deployed. There's a lot going on today.
10 minutes. I haven't seen anything thrown from either side in about 10 minutes.
We still haven't even got to
Well, we
Iran
did see a moment ago.
Israel.
We actually saw a majority of the crowd
I haven't even got to
toward
that yet.
Grand Park in front of City Hall on the west side of City Hall. Everybody kind of all at once moved out together and went.
There's a lot going on in America, bro.
And that's where everyone seems to be. So right now, I'm going to zoom out. You can see that crowd.
We got protesters all over the country.
There's City Hall screen right. And now there's the front of City Hall. That's where the majority of people have moved to. As you can see, there's a very large crowd here. And here at the bottom of the screen, there's also a very heavy police presence. These officers just moved in here and pushed over this intersection and pushed all this crowd more in front of downtown.
There's a lot going on in America today.
So that's where the majority of the crowd is currently.
Yeah, that's Spring Street right there, and that was the origin of today's No Kings protest there in downtown LA. Our Brian Andrews and News Chopper 4, thank you as always. Right now we want to go back to our Brittany Hope, several blocks away from here. She's been covering this protest for us throughout the day. And then, Brittany, we saw that turn almost 2 hours ago with those dispersal orders, people throwing things at law enforcement, causing them eventually to declare an unlawful assembly. What have you seen in the last few minutes since we've last talked to you? That's when we saw officers moving in.
Yes, and it sounds like, and I was just listening to the News Chopper 4 hit, and that was really helpful to give us some more context. We just saw a line of nearly 20 LAPD cars wrap around us. They went behind us this way on Arcadia, and then they made the left. They're heading, it seems, toward the area of Grand Park in front of City Hall, where the heart of that group is now. And that was about 20 vehicles that just went where we are right now, just behind us, at every intersection in kind of this square mile block that we're talking about. You're going to have law enforcement. So CHP has been guarding this area. Across the way over to our right, that's the intersection of Arcadia and Main. This has stayed peaceful, and it's looked like this for over, oh gosh, I would
y'all let me know, guys.
Orders were given, so nearly 2 hours now. It looks like,
we have
people who are maybe dancing in the center of that. Dancing in the center there, so very peaceful, and law enforcement isn't letting them go onto that overpass.
If you want to stay right here,
that is where you can see that line of law enforcement.
Y'all let me know.
And it's really just stopped, and they're trying to get to City Hall. So at this point where we are, everything feels safe. Just to note, in the past 15, 20 minutes, we have not heard flashbangs and those commercial fireworks. That seems to have certainly calmed down.
Y'all let me know.
Definitely some hopeful news.
And hopefully the sting from the pepper balls has died down too. I know you were affected earlier and you were showing us what they look like. So I know that affected you, just like that's what happens to the crowds when we see them move.
Certainly, and there's a lot of wind, and when you're in downtown, because the buildings are so tall, you have kind of these wind tunnels. So it was just getting, I mean, we felt it when the dispersal orders hit at 4:04. Almost immediately, we all kind of felt it in our eyes and in our lungs, and people started coughing. But then the wind kind of kept pushing it. In the past 10, 15 minutes, I think the winds have changed, and we haven't been hearing the release of those substances, so I just don't think there's as much of it right now, which is good news, at least for this area.
We're watching from News Chopper 4 right now, Jonathan. We're seeing that get a little bit more active as they move in.
Let's go back to Brian up in News Chopper 4. And Brian, I believe this is Main and First right in front of LAPD headquarters there, right?
That's correct. This is Main and First right there, LAPD headquarters, and they're using those mounted units to great effect. As you can see, just pushing those crowds back.
132 people in here.
Behind them to support them.
Let me know what y'all want to do.
They're moving. They're not putting up any resistance. Those
Go back and
horses,
forth.
they're very effective at moving crowds. As you can see, there's
Go
been
back
no
and
gas
forth.
deployed, no flashbangs
Go
deployed,
back and forth.
no pepper balls deployed. Those
Two.
people are happy to move back as those horses
Now you
move
can't.
at them.
You got to pick one or the other.
Horses too. I can tell you a little bit about the training from people I know
Come on,
in
y'all,
horses,
y'all
and they
let
put
me
them
know.
through a lot. So they're not novices when they go out there. People stick them with pins. You can see
y'all
they're
wanna
up
go
on the
back to the
sidewalks
parade?
now. They are good at moving, but you don't want to encounter them. You don't want to push back at them
do y'all
because they
want
are very
stay
large,
right here?
over 100,000,
the riots,
or rather 1,000 pound
protest.
animals who it's just
I'll
not safe
take
to
Trump all
push
day
back against them.
over
So
that
they want you to
kid.
actually stay
Get the
away
vibe.
from them. But right now things seem to be working well.
And Brian, point out that there's still vehicles here on the roads. We asked Lolita about it earlier. She said the roads never really close, and that's why we're seeing potentially unsuspecting drivers not realizing that they're driving right through the middle of a moving protest, let alone, horses, mounted officers there, as well as plenty
I'm
of
having a
police
great
vehicles
time
going
kicking it with
the
y'all,
opposite
guys.
way of traffic.
I'm having
That's
a great
really
time.
These vehicles, they may not be involved at all.
I'm having a
in what's
really great
happening.
day.
They simply need to go
Kicking
where
it with
they
my,
need to go today, downtown.
YouTube
and so
people.
these vehicles, some of them
I
have people in them,
appreciate
some
y'all,
of them don't
man.
have people in them. You can
I
see
really
the
do.
LAPD officers there are making moves and
I
getting
love
where
and
they
I
need to go. But
appreciate
some
y'all,
of these
man.
vehicles, they're just stuck here until things calm down.
So
I love the subscribers.
They get in
I
position
love
and they
the
stay
guys in
there
the
for a
chat.
while and they wait
I
for
love
people
everybody,
to
man. I
move,
love
and
y'all.
some are going off. But some are still
Y'all
staying
make
there
my
holding
day
that
go by
line, and then they
real
wait and they start to move
fast.
forward again.
Y'all
That's what
make
you're
my
seeing?
day a great day.
That's correct. Yeah, they'll push up a few hundred feet and then they'll stop. And they'll wait
Even
there
the
for a little
trolls.
bit, and
I
then
love y'all.
it seems to be inconsistent. It doesn't seem like there's a specified time interval that they're moving forward. But yeah, they will move people out and then hold, and then move people out and then hold.
Brian, is this the only kind of a skirmish line that we're seeing at this point? As we've been talking about, this is one large demonstration in front of City Hall, and it is splintered, which, our NBC's Andrew Blankstein was talking about that they want to see. This is kind of the tactic, is to get these groups to kind of splinter and eventually go away.
Brother. Appreciate
There's another
y'all,
one,
man.
though, as you're pointing out, on the other side of City Hall, potentially to tell those demonstrators that have been there all day to finally go home. But we haven't seen them move in quite yet. And I believe this is the intersection we've seen Lolita at all day.
They trying to keep the people
That's
from.
what she's been. Okay, so right there, that was either a firework or that was a flashbang that I just saw right in front of the skirmish line.
Trying to let them.
There are multiple skirmish lines around, but this is the biggest one.
Cross
and then
that
the
line.
one with the mounted units. Those are the two that are the biggest and have the most presence here. As you can see, the sheriff's department is also here with their vehicles to set up skirmish lines if they need to. They got lots of guys on those trucks moving them around very effectively. This crowd right here has been pretty calm. We haven't seen much action from this skirmish line. They took over that intersection a little while ago, but it hasn't been too chaotic here.
Okay, we see some flags left over, some people there, people with their arms up in the air showing that they don't want to be combative, but they are still staying there. And right now we're 2 hours away from the curfew, which goes into effect tonight
George,
at 8 o'clock. It has been really effective since
I'm happy
that
These are the kinds
those
of
guys
things that local officials have said
are
they
not
don't
trying
want
to
to
bum
see.
rush
We want
the
to reiterate
cops.
that the protests in downtown LA had
I'm
remained
happy they're
mostly
not trying to
peaceful
do that.
until some people threw rocks and bottles, according to the LAPD, at officers about 2 hours ago.
They are
now.
not trying to. They are not
that ordered to
bum rushing the
disperse.
police.
This is one of
Like trying to
dozens
move the
of
line.
similar demonstrations happening
glad they're
across
not doing
Southern
that.
California. We've seen them in Beverly Hills, in Long Beach. We went to Anaheim just moments ago. Everything there staying peaceful. Right now, we want to go to Riverside, where our
That's the
Christian
great
Prophet
thing about
is
it.
standing by.
They're
And
not
Christian,
trying to
kind of give
move
us a
the
sense of
line.
what you've been seeing out there, because for all intents and purposes, these have been loud, they've been demonstrative, but they've been peaceful.
That's right. They have been very loud, and I can tell you this group here, it was set to start at 5:30, but when we got here a few hours before that, there was already a large group here. Take a look. We are in downtown Riverside, specifically on the intersection of Mission Inn and Orange, and anyone who knows Riverside knows that this is the area, the main hub for downtown Riverside. You have the historic hotel right across from us, and this is where many of the families have been gathering here. Yesterday, we saw a smaller group just on one side of the street, and as you can see, there are thousands and thousands of people here that have been coming to Riverside since several hours now. The majority of them were gathering here at this intersection. At first, they were on opposite sides of the street, and then slowly the crowds just started getting bigger and bigger. And I can tell you, within the last 30 minutes, that large crowd that we saw here began to mobilize. They have been going around and around
I feel bad for
this area here. I believe they're going about 2 blocks down, and then they make their way all the way around. And I believe they have come to a full circle now.
Happening right out here?
The beginning has now connected to the end, so it's just a complete loop that they're going around. And of course, as you can see, many families out here, a lot of them with signs, but we're also seeing a lot of flags, a lot of U.S. flags, very little Mexican flags, but people here are very passionate, as you can imagine. Everyone out here that we have been talking to said that they are out here speaking out, protesting for someone, for a friend, for a family member, people that can't be out here because they are scared to go outside. And so that is the reason why they're coming out here. We're also seeing a lot of people out here with horses. These folks just made their way out here just recently. But I can tell you, again, it's been a very peaceful demonstration out here in Riverside, but very loud, because when cars are coming by, you can hear the honking from the police department, the fire department. Everyone who is coming by is honking, and of course that just energizes the crowd. So that's the very latest situation here in Riverside, and of course a very similar situation all across the IE. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Christian, thank you so much. We definitely hear the honking, and there have been these types of protests all across the country, many here in our area, and many peaceful. And for most of the day in downtown Los Angeles, that was the scene we saw until about 4 o'clock, when we understand some rocks or bottles may have been thrown at authorities, and then they really issued that order to disperse, which became an unlawful assembly, and this is where we stand right now.
This is the intersection, I believe, of Spring and Temple. Our Lolita Lopez is there on the ground, but right now we want to go up to our Brian Andrews. He's been watching all of this for us from News Chopper 4, and you know, Brian, you'd mentioned this was the largest skirmish line, and since we last talked to you just a few minutes ago, this skirmish line here has grown, a lot.
Yeah, Jonathan, so what happened is you can see on the left side of the screen, that group, that's LAPD. On the top of the screen with the trucks, that's LA Sheriff's Department. So what it looks like is going on is the LAPD is moving out and the Sheriff's Department is moving in. You can see the LAPD wears those dark uniforms, uses those lighter colored tan green ones. So that's Sheriff's Department with their mounted units and their trucks there to put up barriers. So it looks like Sheriff's Department has moved in, is going to take over this corner. As LAPD moves out, maybe they're going to go somewhere else. We're not exactly sure. That crowd right there, they're kind of pushing themselves away. As these trucks moved in, they pushed away from these trucks a little bit. It doesn't look like the Sheriff's Department needs to push them anywhere. This crowd is kind of hanging out right here and not really going anywhere. I'm going to zoom out and take us over to that other area we were at earlier. So you can see this is Temple and Main right behind City Hall here, and it's empty. They've pushed all those protesters out all the way down the street. There's some LAPD holding that line there, but those mounted units, they're right here. This is 2nd Street, and they've pushed, and they're kind of holding them here. It looks like this is where they're going to hold them for a while. They haven't moved from here in a little bit, so those mounted units have really cleared out a real big area on the east side of City Hall and kept it clear, as you can see.
Had been talking about the LAPD chief earlier in the week when he said we have other agencies that we can call upon, other police departments, the sheriff's departments. We have a lot of resources that we can bring in besides the military to kind of quell these protests, to get people to leave. And here you see them in force. CHP working alongside the LAPD, and now the Sheriff's Department has taken up ranks as well. Yeah, we see, I believe it's up to as many as 44 different agencies across Southern California, that interagency pact that they have that they will utilize in situations just like this, as we see, well, it looks like maybe fireworks or, other types of canisters, smoke canisters being deployed there. But this is where this was the origin of today's No Kings protest here in front of City Hall there on Spring Street.
Right now, though,
as
looks like the Sheriff's Department and other agencies are going to eventually move their way in here to try to encourage people to go home. But this is what they don't want to see. This is what they've been dealing with over the past week or so. Did this kind of devolvement into violence, and this is certainly with 2 hours to go until curfew, what officers don't want to see.
People are angry. People are mad.
ICE is going crazy. It's not right.
This is everybody's land, not just certain people.
A nationwide movement bringing hundreds of thousands of people into the streets from coast to coast. No Kings protests are taking place on the heels of demonstrations over President Trump's immigration policies. We are bringing you live breaking news coverage of the dozens of rallies happening across Southern California.
Hey man, I just
the NBC4 News at 6 o'clock starts right now.
On the TV. Do you have a way to make it
NBC4 News at 6 starts with breaking news.
And good evening to you. We want to thank you for joining us here at 6 o'clock. I'm Jonathan Gonzalez.
I'm Kathy Vara. Today's rallies were organized to push back against what the organizers described as authoritarian policies from President Donald Trump.
And here in Southern California, more than 200 protests were planned. They come on the same day as President Trump's lavish military parade in Washington, D.C., celebrating the 250th anniversary of the U.S. military. It also happens to be the president's 79th birthday. We want to show you a map now showing some of the locations of these demonstrations across Southern California that have been taking place. In downtown LA, we know that an unlawful assembly has been declared. Some people in the crowd there, we know, started throwing objects, including rocks, bricks, and bottles at officers. That's when a dispersal order was issued, and officers started moving in with tear gas. We understand that at least multiple people now have been detained.
And we have team coverage for you from protests across the region. We want to start with NBC4's Brittany Hope, who is in downtown LA, where there was an unlawful assembly declared and tear gas deployed. Brittany.
There was tear gas deployed. There was also some sort of substance that had pepper in it that we in the crowd felt in our eyes and our lungs. At this point, at least here at the corner of Aliso and Los Angeles,
that's the only
right
way.
in front of the federal building that has now passed. But certainly what's happening here, this was really the epicenter of that protest once it had moved from City Hall to Grand Park to here. And then that is when 2 hours ago, we saw the dispersal orders. They came down from police. That's when the crowd moved back. And that is certainly when the tone of this day that started out as peaceful for hours certainly turned. So we'll show you what's happening here behind us. You're looking at Aliso Street. There was this long line of CHP vehicles that are blocking this. And on that overpass at Main and Arcadia, there has been this peaceful group of gatherers for about 2 hours, maybe a little bit right after those dispersal orders were given. We saw them dancing. We see them still waving flags. Law enforcement not letting them onto the overpass, but at this point that has remained peaceful. We'll move our camera a little bit to the right so you can see. And this is really the case. Every city block in this kind of 5-6 block mile radius, CHP is lining the entrance there to Los Angeles Street. Now we want to show you this video, and this was at precisely 4:04 to show you the comparison of what we see now to what we saw then. This is the moment where we saw the tone of this day change. That is when LAPD gave those dispersal orders saying that there had been people throwing rocks and bottles. At this intersection where we were, we didn't see that happen, but it's likely that it happened in a different area. When officers started moving forward, they were on horseback. That is when people started running. We saw some officers move in and they detained a man. Flashbangs went off. That's when we felt the pepper spray. That's when people started yelling. Lines and lines of law enforcement on foot, on horseback, in vehicles, pushed in. And that is truly the moment where the tone, the feeling, the vibe of this day changed. And we were right at the front of it, right in the front of the line there. Now, we just heard from LAPD back out here live that some in the crowd are throwing commercial fireworks at them. We can tell you at least where we are hearing bangs, some of what we believe came from law enforcement. Now we know some of that is also coming from the group. The tone has certainly changed. And at this point, if you are in downtown, police are trying to get you out because they don't want anyone here. They're calling this an unlawful assembly. So at this point, the goal is to really move everyone out. That's why the officers are keeping those people on that side of the overpass, because they don't want them to make it inside the city center. Reporting live in downtown, Brittany Hope, NBC4 News.
All right, Brittany, thank you for that. Right now, we want to bring in LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, who joins us on the phone. Sheriff, thank you as always for being here with us as we watch these images of some of your deputies and other law enforcement moving in on some of these crowds. We know that you are an ardent supporter of people's First Amendment right to protest, but tell us when things changed and what the plan is right now to get them to disperse.
Well, Kathy and Jonathan, first of all, thank you for having me on, and it is really busy right now. I want to emphasize with all of your viewers that today started out to be a great day. A lot of good folks, families, even their dogs out peacefully protesting. And I heard one of the reporters say then something shifted. What shifted is that you started to have these agitators who came here with the purpose of creating chaos, and they started to attack police officers and deputy sheriffs. And my advice to everybody is, and I've said this all week, we will always be there to facilitate First Amendment protests and demonstrations. We encourage them. We think it's a great message. But at one point, you have individuals that come here and start attacking with bottles, rocks, throwing everything they can. I'm trying to figure out how many of my deputies have been injured. I have a report that one of our horses was injured. And you have people attacking horses. That's crazy. This is unacceptable. I even have a report of somebody who rode up on a motorcycle to throw some kind of gas at our deputy sheriffs. So what your viewers are seeing is when our deputies are responding,
you say somebody threw gas at the police.
Less lethal munitions. They are doing that because they are being attacked. Something else for anybody who's out there: if an unlawful assembly is declared, that means you need to leave the area immediately. What you're seeing on video are individuals who are not only not leaving, they're actually moving towards the police officers with masks on. I don't think in police work we call that a clue, right? You got people running at you with masks, with rocks in their hand. Those are not peaceful protesters. Those are individuals that are creating chaos, and they're hurting people. It's unacceptable. We have made several arrests. Arrests will continue. And again, I want to emphasize, they're not arresting protesters and demonstrators. They're arresting individuals committing crimes against deputy sheriffs and police officers.
Hope you're having a great day.
We saw as your men came and formed a line. We've seen the horses. We've seen them ready to go in. Do you have any idea who the agitators are, who these people are who want to do this sort of thing?
You know, unfortunately, we see this.
And attacking the horses. Yes, save the horses.
Between LAPD, the CHP, and us, and even other police departments in the region, the majority of the protests and demonstrations have gone great. It's until these individuals get involved. Some of them have been arrested. We're continuously working with other agencies to make sure that we're identifying them, because honestly, what is their purpose? And that's what we've got to ask. And I've been talking to individuals that are in charge of the protest and having good communications and saying, hey, don't allow these people to ruin it for everybody else. So we have to continue to work together, and I appreciate our media and our partners out there capturing a lot of what's going on, because when you see these individuals out there, for example, holding umbrellas, there's only one purpose for that umbrella. And that's when the confrontations are happening, when law enforcement, they're trying to repel the rounds, the less lethal rounds coming at them, or the gas, because people behind them are the ones throwing objects. And I say objects, they're a rock, the size of the rock and bricks that they're throwing, and the other devices can seriously injure or maybe even kill somebody. So this is serious business. It's criminal activity, and it's not going to be tolerated. But please, I want to reemphasize, this is the peaceful protesters and demonstrators. None of this was going on earlier today. As a matter of fact, we had a lot of law enforcement out there engaging with a lot of the protesters in the most positive way.
And that's something that we've been seeing in different cities across Southern California and across the country, Sheriff Luna, as we continue to watch some of these images of, you know, as you guys have talked about, these protests tend to devolve to this smaller group of people who cause this type of violence. We've seen looting, unfortunately, and businesses broken into, and tagging and other types of violence. You have that curfew that will take effect at 8 o'clock tonight. How will that help you and other law enforcement there on the ground in trying to get these people out of this area as quickly as possible?
Yeah, the curfew has been very effective. That's something that the mayor and Chief McDonald and the city of LA implemented, and that is only implemented within a certain geographical area, and it happens to be that specific small area where a lot of the activity has occurred that you're reporting about. That has helped, to be honest with you, because I've been involved in implementing curfews. That's not something we take lightly. We'd like to remove it as soon as possible because it impacts our normal community. It impacts our business community. We want to get life back to normal. The protest, we can deal with that all day long, and demonstrations as long as they're peaceful. But you've seen it, people graffitiing, breaking windows, looting. That has nothing to do with the legitimate protest that I believe the majority of people are engaged in.
How has the coordination been between the different agencies? We've seen CHP out there, we've seen mounted units, we've seen LAPD and the Sheriff's Department.
The coordination, in my opinion, has probably never been better. Jim McDonald and I have a fantastic relationship. So do the members of our department. We're officially in what we call unified command. That means command decisions are being made at the same location between the California Highway Patrol, LAPD, and the Sheriff's Department. And I think you saw a press conference yesterday where we were talking about our preparation for today. And although it's the three of us there, for me as the Sheriff of LA County, I'm in constant communication with other agencies in LA County, the other 44 law enforcement agencies in LA County. I am in constant communication with the sheriffs that are all around me, from Orange County, Ventura, San Bernardino, Riverside, and even as far as San Diego. So we are prepared to positively engage this situation, not only here in the Civic Center of Los Angeles, but anywhere else in the county of Los Angeles where violent protests may break out, and then ready to assist any other agency around us. A lot of good work being done. I'm very proud of law enforcement here in Los Angeles County.
That guy said,
and to your point, Sheriff Luna, you mentioned, that a lot of the times these what you call agitators are taking away from the larger message of these mostly peaceful demonstrations. Yesterday. Before we let you go, just quickly, your message to these people who hang out night in, night out, that that this won't be tolerated.
I think I'm gonna play that real quick.
Well, my first message to them is that you're ruining the positive message that a lot of our protesters and demonstrators are trying to pass on. They're trying to pass on to the federal government that this is wrong. That's the opinion that we're getting over and over. And I respect and acknowledge the fear and anxiety that's going on out there. But these individuals that are out there committing acts of violence, really just criminal acts, are ruining the message.
He would rather step aside.
In my opinion, it's falling right into the message of the other side of this. And I'll leave it at that.
Protect.
All right. Sheriff Robert Luna, once again, thank you. We hope that you and all your deputies out on the ground stay safe this evening. Thank you again.
Please pray for them all, because they have families at home that are watching the TV like everyone else, and they're praying that their sons, daughters, husbands, and wives come home safe tonight.
Let's hope that of everyone in our beautiful city. Thank you so much, Sheriff, for joining us tonight. We're going to switch to News Chopper 4. Let the sheriff go, do his business. Check in right now as we have been over this, what is now an unlawful assembly that has been declared at this King's rally. And Brian Andrews, what are you seeing now? We've seen the officers all in a line. We've seen the mounted unit. They've still been moving forward as we've been watching.
Yeah, so unfortunately we had to move to the south side of downtown because of a Dodgers TFR. So I'm using every ounce of lens that I've got here to show you what's going on. This is Spring Street in front of City Hall. And we're looking north, and those officers are pushing people towards us to the south. They have been using flashbangs. So this was the area that I had said was calm and nothing was happening. And in a heartbeat, we saw gas, pepper balls, flashbangs, smoke. We saw everything, and we keep seeing everything. Every time they move forward, they launch another round of gas, another round of pepper balls, another round of smoke. And the crowd has thinned out immensely. This is maybe a quarter of what was here earlier. There were probably over 1,000 people here, thousands of people here. And now I think there's just a few hundred at the most. The Sheriff's Department that we looked at with their trucks and their mounted units, they've been pushing people south. It's just a small remnant of what's been here today, and they are just slowly pushing that crowd south until they figure out that they've got to.
Protecting our communities. Many of them have been called to the border. Many of them have been called to other locations to deal with the amount of fugitives and things that are going on, detainers. So for us, we will have their back. We will work closely with Colonel Howes and his team in making sure that we're increasing patrol, we're watching them. Anybody that's doxing them, as the General said, we passed a law about 4 or 5 years ago that makes it illegal to dox.
This what the Florida.
So anybody that's doing that,
Sheriff said,
full task on doing it. We will stand with you. I want to define a couple things, and our general was very kind in how he said things. I'm not as usually as elegant in how I say things. So I'm gonna first say that peaceful protests are part of our democracy. We invite people to share their opinions. That's what our country is all about. The key word in that is peaceful. And if it's peaceful, us in law enforcement are going to make sure you have a safe environment to do it in. That's part of that process. If you let it turn violent, whoo, you do not want to do that in Brevard County. I'm going to tell you that, and I believe I can speak for my fellow sheriffs around the rest of the state. You don't want to let it happen. And just so there's no confusion, because I don't want to hear any whining later saying we didn't know, I'm going to break it down for you, all right? Because as you watch these riots unfold across the rest of the country, what you are seeing is buildings being burned down, police cars being bricked, having explosive devices thrown on them, having fire, guns pointed at them, bricks thrown at them, all and on. So I'm gonna break it down for you, all right? And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired, because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play. This has got to stop.
They straight up
You're
told
watching
them.
what's taking place out there. You're seeing police officers that are being attacked, being spit on.
Straight up told them.
Being put in harm's way.
You do any
just
of
for
those
doing their
things.
jobs. You're seeing ICE agents that are being targeted for doing their jobs. And you're seeing obstructionists that are doing all of this, standing in the way of law and order. Not here, not in the state of Florida. So, to make it real simple, if you don't want to have any of those things happen to you, obey the law. Go protest all you want. Do it peacefully. Stand on the mountaintops and yell your opinion, your views. We invite that. But don't you dare break the law, because it won't go well for you. All right? General, thank you, sir.
That's what he said, guys.
Sheriff threatens to kill and
That's what he said. He wasn't playing at all. He wasn't playing at all. Y'all heard what he said. Straight up telling you, if you do this, if you throw gas, like we've been seeing they've been doing, they've been throwing gas at officers. If you throw gas at one of these officers, if you hit one of these officers, we will kill you and gun you down. Your family will be finding your remains in the morgue, because we're going to do you all type of ways. He straight up told them that. So, if you out there in Florida Man, you better protest peacefully, because if you assault one of their officers, they're going to do you all type of ways. We just heard it. That right there was straight up. They ain't finna play with you. So if y'all gonna be out there protesting in Florida, please don't assault now one of them officers. Don't, sometimes kids like to play, and when everybody else laughing and giggling and doing something, they'll throw something, at the cop, throw something at the teacher. Man, y'all please don't do that. Because that man said, if you do that, in whatever county that is, your family will be picking you up in the morgue. So it's a lot of kids out there, a lot of youngsters are just doing what they see their friends do. It's very serious, guys. This is very serious. So if you got a group of kids, if you got a group of friends that's with you, if you're 20, 25, or whatever, you out there being nosy, make sure you get out of there. When it gets real, before it gets real, you got to get out of there. Murdering protesters that's what he said. If you throw a brick at one of our officers, in my opinion, if you throw a brick at a police officer, that's not protesting no more. If you throw gas at a police officer, that's not protesting no more. If you assault one of the police officers, if you throw a water bottle at a police officer, that's not protesting no more. But I think that him saying, if you assault one of the police officers, we're going to off you, I think that's a little bit over the top. Because I don't think, y'all let me know what y'all think. I don't think that, like, if I throw a water bottle, which I would never do it, but if somebody throw a water bottle at a police officer at one of these protests, if somebody, there are people throwing gas. So, I mean, the best thing to do is don't be involved in that. Protest, no justice, no peace. No racist police. Do that and keep it at that. Hold your signs. But don't throw no bottle at the police. Don't throw no bottle. None of that. Tiffany Phillips. So arrest them. They're not judge, jury, or executioner. But what you got to understand is they're throwing bricks at the police. They throwing bottles with gas in it, which basically is a bomb. It's kind of hard. The best thing for the people to do is don't do it. Yeah, they don't know if it's water, gas, or what. So the best thing to do is don't get involved in nothing like that. Don't get involved. Don't throw nothing at the cops. Don't do it. Just no justice, no peace, no racist police. Keep it to that. And that's it. That's it. Don't start throwing nothing at these cops, because they're going to do you all type of ways.
Large amount of people here. There's people of all ages, really. A lot of families, I do want to point that out. A lot of kids even out here with their parents. And if you could see behind me, you can just tell from the way it looks how peaceful it is. People just kind of hanging out on the grass. There's music in the background. There's people dancing and singing. And of course, there is people marching and rallying, but those are closer to the street. And I'm going to have my photographer pan that way. You can see there's all those people just lining the street there, and they go all around the park, wrapping around. They're also getting a lot of attention from drivers who are cruising by, also with their own signs, also waving Mexican and American flags. At one point, we did see Anaheim police officers make their way into the area, but it appears they were only here to kind of work with the traffic and make sure that it was flowing a lot faster. But overall, like I mentioned, very peaceful out here. A lot of families here in support of this No King's Day demonstration. And of course, the big point here is that they want to see these immigration enforcement raids that have been happening across the community come to an end. Jonathan, Kathy, back to you.
And Amber, before we let you go, can you just talk about some of the people you've maybe spoken with there on the ground, why they feel it's so important to come to a protest like this? There's been a lot of pain and anguish and anxiety, especially in the Latino and immigrant communities here in Southern California. And even if they're not undocumented, they feel like a lot of them say, we have to go here to support our undocumented community members.
Yeah, I've been able to speak with some parents out here who brought their kids, and I asked them, why did you feel it was important to bring your kids to this? And they just want to make sure that they understand that what is happening is wrong, and the number one thing is being compassionate towards others. That's what they say. And for them, it was really important to bring them here and show them what it is to show support for their neighbors. And yes, some of them don't have family members even that are undocumented, but maybe they have friends and maybe they have neighbors, and they say they're here to support them.
That's a wonderful message. Amber Free is live in Anaheim. Thank you so much for bringing us their stories. Let's go to News Chopper 4 again, because we've been watching now as law enforcement continues to slowly move in. They are trying to, as we heard, splinter the crowd, and we have seen some of that happening. The crowd really not putting up too much. They're not really backing up too much right now, but they're not exactly fighting back either at this point. They're slowly moving. Yeah, when we first saw the order to disperse, that's when we first got on the air here to try to get a sense of exactly what was happening. Over the last several hours, we did see a little bit of violence. We saw projectiles and tear gas being launched at protesters, some of them, and some of them throwing back at officers, and that's why they ordered that unlawful assembly. But so far, it seems that these groups are mostly heeding, what officers want them to do, which is to go home. Let's go back to Brian Andrews, if we can, about what he's been seeing. He's been overhead downtown for the last several hours. And Brian, it seems like the group just continues to get smaller and smaller. And in fact, the images we're looking at now, it's hard to tell if there's even a big group out there at all.
Yeah, Jonathan, so they've been very successful. The Sheriff's Department pushing that group south. And then as you can see along the bottom of my frame and the right side, those are skirmish lines as well. So they have effectively made that entire group. A lot of them no one probably left here, basically. There's only a few stragglers, but they have disseminated that entire illegal immigrants that are already here. There's no more protesters here on Spring Street.
So they've done that all by just pushing forward, and no arrest at this point. We know people were detained earlier, but then they successfully completed that mission. So what are they doing right now? Are they pretty much holding the line now and not moving forward and just waiting?
When George Bush,
moments ago we saw them do their last push forward. They deployed gas.
He let a lot of them come in here too.
We saw that. And that seemed to be the final thing that the crowd
could take. And they,
they also had law enforcement come up from the east and push them towards the west.
George Bush let a lot of them
in. Have completely dispersed. They may be on the left side of the screen behind those buildings where we can't see. But right now, there's
a lot of them
not really anyone here to speak of. Those police officers and sheriff's deputies are just kind of holding that line right down in there.
All right, Brian Andrews,
Well, a lot
thank
of
you.
them
We want to
came
bring in
over here.
LAPD Deputy Chief Imada
They went to
Timurides
work,
joining us
working
now
the
on the
plants.
phone. And Deputy Chief, forgive me
Cheap
if I
labor.
mispronounced your name there, but thank you so
They
much
had
for
kids.
joining us here on the air as we continue to
them
watch
kids
this
had
unfold. We see deputies down there, but we also see LAPD officers. Tell us exactly what the plan is right now. We last saw these protesters marching just past your headquarters there in downtown.
Yes, thank you for having me. The plan now is to get compliance from the group. We did declare
I also know a lot
assembly and provided clear direction on where we wanted these individuals to go. There's a small group of individuals that have refused to abide by that direction. And as you can see, we've been able to mitigate the crowd on Spring Street. We have another crowd that we're working on Alameda.
Especially when I was in high school.
This event today,
it was a lot of
ranging from 20 to 30,000 at its peak, was peaceful. And a small group of agitators had high ground on a pedestrian overcross bridge and began throwing rocks and bottles and projectiles at our officers. At that time, we declared an unlawful assembly, and we began utilizing crowd control tactics to push that group. What you're seeing on television now are fractions of groups that have broken off throughout the pocket of that federal complex, and our officers have been working through those groups and attempting to gain compliance and get them to leave the area.
And getting away.
That's a video that we shot earlier when things were getting a little bit more contentious. Deputy Chief, how do you plan for groups like this, you know, who are going to organize and get together and just sort of want to ruin things for everybody? Because this was really supposed to be a peaceful protest, and for most of the day, it absolutely was.
It was, and over the past week, we've seen this happen. We've had peaceful protests and then agitators that have their own mission and their own plan intercede into these peaceful crowds, and they begin to wreak havoc. And it is absolutely unacceptable to throw high-grade fireworks, rocks, and bottles, not only at our law enforcement officers, but also towards individuals, families, children that are trying to express their First Amendment rights. We are fortunate to have the collaboration with our Sheriff's Department, our Los Angeles Fire Department, the California Highway Patrol, utilizing our airship to be able to not over-suppress the crowd, but utilize our resources to hone in on those agitators that are wreaking havoc and really, quite frankly, ruining it for the majority of the people that are there to express their First Amendment.
Yeah, without question. And Deputy Chief, there's a lot of blame to go around in these situations. Law enforcement tends to use the word agitators. Do we know if these people are from a particular group? Is this organized? Is it just kind of a mob mentality when they get out there? What exactly is going on in downtown? Seemingly every time there's a peaceful protest, it devolves into this similar situation night in, night out.
In the 80s and in the 90s.
We do believe some of these groups are organized. They do plan,
that on a regular
and I won't go too much into how we know that, but there is definitely a coordination and a plan with some of these agitators and groups.
And they would tell us.
Have there been any arrests today that you know of that you could share?
Come back.
It's too early to tell. We're still in crowd control tactics right now, and I don't have that number at this time.
Okay, and then what about the officers who have been injured? I'm wondering how seriously, how were they injured? Is there something you can tell us about that?
At this time, we do not believe any of our Los Angeles Police Department officers have been injured, but it is also too early to tell. I will tell you our officers have been patient. They've been utilizing de-escalation, and they have allowed for the non-agitators to leave the area peacefully, but we are holding the line with those that are refusing, and we are hoping to gain compliance in a peaceful manner.
Yeah, we did hear the sheriff speak earlier that he was hearing reports of some of his deputies being injured and at least one of his horses being injured out there. Last thing, Deputy Chief, before we let you go, we're about an hour and a half away from this 8 o'clock curfew that's been installed, throughout the week. How will that help law enforcement kind of clear the area, and how will things change once 8 o'clock hits?
And I think it was the Dawn,
once the mayor instituted the curfew, it has been extremely helpful and beneficial, especially for downtown residents. We had locations that were burglarized, vandalized, and looted. Since the mayor instituted the curfew, we've gone 4 days now without a burglary or looting incident in the downtown Los Angeles area. Our officers are practicing spirit of the law. If you're a family coming from a restaurant, coming to and from work, we understand that. The curfew was put in place for those bad actors that are coming into our community and attempting to disrupt the peace of our downtown residents.
And I know you do everything to try not to have to put a curfew into place, but it really seems to have paid off, at least this week. So the goal is to have everyone safe. Deputy Chief Amada Tingurias, thank you for joining us right now. And thank you to all of your departments.
Thank you very much for having me.
I want to go back to NBC4's Alita Lopez. She's been down in downtown LA, watching as all of this unfolded. We saw cars trying to get through. We saw a lot of noise, flash bangs, a lot of stuff going on. Lolita, what's happening right now?
The next Cash App giveaway.
Well, Kathy, I think our chopper was showing you what was going on over the top, looking down on Gloria Molina Grand Park. We're going to show you how it looks like here on the ground. We're actually on North Broadway here, just around the block from where we were earlier. You saw those people standing there. Police came through this area, got out, and then held the line as you see there. Because just ahead over there on First Street, that's where a group of people are still gathering here. And again, this is now what they consider an unlawful assembly. So while folks might want to continue the peaceful protests, if they were here from earlier, right now, the law enforcement is saying not right now because of what has happened before. We saw folks going into Dirt Park that's right there next to Grand Park. And I got to give you some context to all of this. 9:30 this morning, this is where we started our day. We were right there parked on that curb there. We went down. This is where we saw thousands of people walking around with their signs, families together with their young children, seniors here, folks in wheelchairs, even everybody peacefully protesting what they believe is immigration raids that should not be happening in their city and the use of the federalization of the National Guard and the Marines. And then it has turned and escalated to what we have been seeing over the last couple of hours now. And so we're kind of back in this, if you will, a circle right back to the beginning, but it didn't start, and it's definitely not ending in the way that it was earlier today. And so as you can see down the street, there are still folks there coming together, gathering at that point, and that is what police are trying to do. Now we have moved down another couple of blocks here, and it sort of seems like a system that they're taking, and they're really just kind of blocking off points and making sure that people start dispersing in this area. Again, this is an unlawful assembly according to law enforcement here, and we've got to tell you that in the other areas where we have been around, those lines have still held, and what I mean by that is where we have LAPD standing on line here on Broadway and the Sheriff's Department there on Temple. They're kind of holding that line, if you will, making sure that no one goes down to the streets where they had been before. And that's why all the movement seems to be going this way as they're trying to get really folks to come out of this area at this time. So we just want to give you a clear picture of what it looks like on the ground, because now you're seeing it from both vantage points, right, from the air from News Shopper 4 and here. As you see folks there, gathering there with their flags in the middle of the street, and that is really what police are now trying to say. It's time to move on. They're trying to get everyone to disperse out of this area. So that's the latest here as we are now by the same park where we started, where everything was in a peaceful protest and demonstrations. Like thousands and thousands of people has now kind of come into this from a very small group of folks. We're going to send this back to you in the studio.
And Lolita, you met a lot of people today. People were there with their children. They had positive messages. They were just there to express themselves. So overall, it was a good day, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I was very moved and touched by actually Gloria Molina's daughter, Gloria Molina Grand Park. The park was named after the first Latina to serve as a California legislator, the first Latina to serve in the city council, the first Latina, her daughter coming here with her children and say, we want to be here to sort of continue this legacy of her mother that had been really fighting for just the rights of all Angelinos throughout her career. She died a couple of years ago. The park then named after her.
I like going
and then
live.
We were seeing folks that were coming from from as far as Santa Clarita and Long Beach. Everyone here really gathering together. And the one young girl that we talked to, 8 years old, Annabelle, saying, I just want to be here as a voice for people. And she actually at one point said, I'm a little nervous, but I'm excited, but I'm here with my family, so I feel okay. And then her family members were telling us, we're here not just with our families, but with the community that is coming together. So to me, this is just a separate extension. It's something like a tangent to what really has not been the case all day long here in Los Angeles, as thousands of people gathered together in peaceful protests and demonstrations.
And that is the message that they certainly want to send.
Everybody's been hitting the like button.
We want to go back out to Amber Frias. She continues our coverage on these protests in Orange County. She's live from Anaheim, which is the largest of all the protests that are going on in Orange County.
Got a voice.
Amber, a much different scene where you are. This has remained mostly peaceful.
I'm not going to be one of those streamers that cuss out the people
very
in the chat.
Peaceful, very family friendly. Even we have music. There's people dancing. There's a lot of people here with their kids. Even I met one mom. Her name is Sarah. She's here with her cousin Marisol and her 2 kids. Sarah, why are you out here today?
If you agree,
we're just out here to support,
you don't agree.
to stand up for what's right.
Freedom of speech. This
support
is
people, and not let what my parents, what my grandparents went through be forgotten.
Sarah, why was it important for you to bring your 2 boys out?
In the chat.
Just because I want to keep it. Let them know where they came from.
Yeah, and seeing your little one here wave the flag. Can we see you wave the flag? What does it make you feel?
Proud.
You give a lot of knowledge
it makes
over
me proud.
here.
Yeah.
Marisol, what about you? Why was it important for you to come out here today?
I feel that it's very important, to represent our people and fight for humanity and, dignity. I feel like, immigration and deportation has always been around, but doing it with dignity, that's what I'm fighting for. And, I want to set an example for our family members, and, we have to fight for what is right.
Yeah, and I see your sign says Mi gente, mi lucha, our people, our fight. And I feel like that's a very common sentiment among a lot of people, because a lot of people here, maybe their parents, their grandparents, were undocumented at one point. And for them, that's why it's so important to be here. Is that true for you too?
100%, yes. It's very important to represent everyone who can't be out here because of fear representing themselves, and that's why I'm here. We're not scared, and I hate that my community is scared. And, they're not going to work, they're not able to provide, and I hope this makes a difference.
Yeah, and there's so many people here. Did you expect to see thousands of people in support?
I'm glad that there's a lot of people here, and I don't know what I expected, but I'm glad this is it.
Yeah, Marisol, and I think that what I think is the greatest part about this rally is that, people are here showing up, but they're also doing it, they're bringing their kids, they're bringing their family, and it just seems like more than a protest, a rally for, people's rights.
Yes. That's why we brought the little ones. We come in peace. We don't want any, drama or violence, and that's kind of the statement we want to make too by bringing them. Yes.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay, thank you.
And Jonathan and Kathy, a lot of that here at the rally, I told you there was music playing earlier. It sounds like they maybe took a break, but they have a whole stage set up where people are singing, they're dancing, and they're kind of just here sharing this moment and sharing this fight with their neighbors, with their loved ones. Back to you.
Absolutely, Amber. This is very indicative of what we've been seeing at dozens of protests across Southern California today. Amber, thank you for that. We want to get back out to our Tracy Leong. She's at another protest in Long Beach where she spoke to a family directly impacted by these ongoing ice raids. Tracy.
Yeah, Jonathan, we're right on Ocean Boulevard near Bixby Park, where there are about 1,500 demonstrators on both sides of the street. Some people are starting to spill into the road, but what we're seeing is a lot of cars driving by, waving flags and honking in support. As you mentioned, I spoke to a family earlier, the Gonzalez family. They told me their father was detained earlier this week, and this is the key reason why a lot of people are out here today to condemn these types of raids. We do want to get to that video video we have. This was posted to social media showing that raid of immigration enforcement in Whittier. The Gonzalez family told me their father, 50-year-old Rosario Gonzalez, was one of the immigrant workers that was detained on Monday outside the Home Depot in Whittier, where he was looking for work as a construction worker. Because of the ongoing ICE raids, the family did ask Rosario not to go to Home Depot, but it was a difficult choice since he's the main provider for his family. The grandfather and father of 5 children moved to the U.S. from Mexico 28 years ago. His daughter, 18-year-old Yamilet Gonzalez, says her whole family is devastated by what happened.
I just want to say I love him and that I hope he comes back. I know he will. And that we're all waiting for him to be here. I would tell him not to worry, that I'm okay. I'm sorry. I would tell him I'm fine and that I know that once he'll come back, I'll tell him about how my day went and about how my graduation was. And I'll tell him I took a lot of videos so that he could feel like he was there, even though he couldn't be.
Understandably, a very emotional and difficult time for the Gonzalez family. They are just waiting for answers. Yamilet graduated from Jordan High School on Tuesday, the day after her father was detained. She tells me Rosario is being held in Texas at a detention center, and they've been able to communicate with him. She said he's staying strong for the family, and they've hired a lawyer to help them fight for his release. Now, the family has set up a GoFundMe page to help with the legal fees and to assist their family during this time, because again, Rosario, he was the main provider for the family. He was working to provide for his 5 children as well as his grandchildren and his wife. Reporting live in Long Beach, Tracy Leong, NBC4 News.
Tracy, thank you. And they are actually fortunate they were able to communicate, because in so many cases, families have not been able to communicate with their loved ones.
Or get representation. Tracy, thank you for bringing us that story. Meanwhile, these nationwide No Kings protests, they've been planned for several weeks now, and it's response to today's military parade celebrating 250 years of the U.S. Army.
The parade also happens to fall on President Trump's 79th birthday. Our Conan Nolan has been following the parade from our newsroom and has more. Conan?
That's right. The parade actually started a half hour early as they were expecting thunderstorms later in the Washington, D.C. area, offering a dramatic split screen between the celebration of the U.S. Army and its birthday on the president's birthday as well, and the No King protests throughout the nation. It was billed as a celebration of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States Army, with thousands of troops and armaments marching past the White House on Constitution.
That was crazy. All right, you guys take care. Be careful. You too. All right, guys, about to go crazy. All right, guys. LAPD's over there. We got the National Guard. We got more, this is National Guard right here. I find it interesting that, like, they're just chilling. Like, they were just walking for them alone. Like, LAPD moves with the whole convoy. All right, guys, should I get closer? What do you guys think? Screw it. Oh, shit. Guys, LAPD is pushing us back. Oh shit, the National Guard is mobilizing.
Everybody keep walking forward.
That's not him, though. No. It's him that look like him. What the fuck this shit is? There's a drone right there, guys. See? Subscribe to the cut. We don't get a motherfucking one. Oh, shit. What? Hey guys, let the cars through! Let the cars through! Huh. Let the cars go through, that's right. They charging on your phone?
Yeah, it's charging.
What's the name then?
235.
Oh, okay. You're gonna use it to get back?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till it charges and then I'm gonna go live.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not like using it going down.
Just be careful though.
I have water in my bag. Thank you.
No, I'm okay. Just be careful with the TikTok. That's it. Like, don't record down TikTok. What? They're going like, like fight, drama, arguing, like, police, yeah. They kicked me out before police.
Just cheering.
Cheering, yeah. Yeah, but they encourage you to be careful, you know? Are you sure that you still can't go talk about nature? No, you can't drink it on TikTok. You want water, right?
walk around.
Right here, what's right here?
Let's show people too on the walk around.
Bonito. Hit the like and subscribe, guys. The cars are coming up from that direction. Oh, shit. Because it's subscribe, guy. Give me the 20K. I'm like, Ashley, I'm gonna get to 20K. I'm in 18.8K, almost 9.
Yeah, Mondo, you're going viral on this shit.
On TikTok? You're gonna do it.
We need to film the cops coming.
But you can't post it. Yeah, you can film the cops.
I can't post the cops on TikTok. Yeah, I can.
You could, yeah, depends, but they have guns. If there's somebody attacking them, then you can't, though. You know, they do something, you know.
Guys, get ready.
Oh shit, let's go back over there. Let's walk over there. Over there, go over there. Oh shit, there's something over there. That's me.
They're pretty tired. They're pretty tired.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Let's go over here. Let's go over here. They're shooting. Let's go over there. Yeah, but let's go. Let's scratch the cups. Let's fuck up. Let's go, Come on. Man, they're still a shoot everybody. Like and subscribe, man. Come on, Nasty. Be careful, Nasty, with the bikes. Be careful, Nasty, with the bike.
I need to get my clip. Hold on.
No, be careful.
I need to get my clip.
That's very good. Don't let her get. Like and subscribe, guys. Like and subscribe. Hey guys, 20K today. No, don't report. Viva Mexico, that's right. Sorry, my bad. That's tear gas. No, huh? It's tired of tear gas. Doing tear gas out here. Subscribe. Almost to like. Yeah, it is. Yeah. That's for you, dum dum. That's a protest. Subscribe to the cuz, guys. Thank you, guys. Michael, thank you. Fuck Trump, man. Ashley, be careful. You don't get hit. Don't get nasty. Don't get nasty over here. For the UK, thank you. They both subscribe to me. They both not William. Fuck guy. Fuck the eye, bitch! Fuck eye! Fuck the eye! Fuck eye! Fuck eye! Fuck eye! Fuck eye! Fuck the eye, bitch! 19K, guys, almost 19K. Give me the 20K today. I want to get 20K today. Just need help. I came for 20K today. Give me the 20K subscribers, and I'll stay longer. Oh, you can't. Oh, shit. Not the whole time.
Oh, more cops.
Oh, shit, more cops. Give me the 20K before it's over at 8 p.m. Nasty right there. Give me the 20K before it gets 8 p.m., guys. Give me the 20K subscribers. Come on. Fuck, where's Matt? Where's Matt? I don't know. Right there. Matt. What time we have to leave at 8, huh?
Yeah, we have to leave at 8.
We have to leave at 8 p.m.?
Yeah.
Give me a like. 20K subscribers, guys. Give me the 20K. Oh, shit. Let's go, guys. It's gonna work. You can't record on TikTok. You get kicked out. On YouTube, you could. YouTube. Damn. I'm gonna record the streets of... The 20K, almost 20K, everybody, almost 20K. 19K, almost, at least give me, if I don't get 20K, at least give me 19K. Point something close to 20K. We're born here. Subscribe, everybody. Hit the subscription. Hit the like, guys. Subscribe, guys. Jesus is the king, not Trump is not the king. Trump is a liar. Thank you guys for the support. Like my video, subscribe, everybody. Say hi, how you doing? Yeah, sorry. I can't read all the comments. A lot of people commenting, so I can't comment a lot though. So I'm trying my best to see all the comments. I'm walking around marching. Hey, Paul, 70's running or not running? Who? The 70 bus is running?
Yeah, it's running.
We're gonna take that one to the month, yeah?
Yeah.
I will be careful, thank you. Hit the like and subscribe, guys. Hit the subscription.
Where's that?
I don't know. And Ashley, where's she going? Right there. Oh, yeah. Someone get lost. No, Mexico. Yeah, recording that. We're recording that. We're recording that.
Kendrick Lamar.
All the people, yeah. We got Channel 5 up there.
Yeah, that song's stuck in your head.
Crazy, huh? I know, I couldn't find one.
That's right. It's stolen land. Getting a job. I do have a job. Nothing wrong about being proud of where you came from. Stolen from who? The natives. This was native land before anybody else's, and it will always be native land. It was stolen from the natives. I do have Native American in me, so you can say what you want. That was a performance. 1%? No, it's actually more than 1%. I have a Spanish last name? Yes, I do.
Where are we going?
You're right, every human has taken land. But they like to conquer and divide. Exactly. Texas blue, exactly. At this one, they're not looting, they're not stealing, they're not doing anything. But that's our big booty Latinas. Well, that's not me, we all know that. We on the little booty committee over here.
Strong as fucking hell. Look at this, guys. Subscribe to the clubs, guys. Hit the subscription, guys. Yeah. Where do you go? Hit the like and subscribe, guys. Hit the like. Come up to 20K.
I'm good, but if you guys spin a roll out, I'll make sure you get this thing. Or not, you know?
Hit the like and subscribe, guys. Hit the like and subscribe. Thank you guys for watching. Hit the like and subscription. Almost 20K, everybody. Almost 20K. Come on, guys. Matt. Right here. Ashley. You going live after or not yet? Oh, yeah. How many people watching? Yeah, how many people watching?
2 people only. 1 person.
You typed in Los Angeles? Los Angeles, guys. I'm gonna subscribe. I'll TV. I should subscribe. Come on, guys, give me the 20K. I'm almost right here. Nah. I don't want to fall. She could fall. What? She could fall. What happened? No, she could fall. I don't know what to do. I will not do that. Look at this 8% all over again, man. I used to do that back. I seen that with a kid. Hit the subscription, guys. Hit the like and subscribe, everybody. Hit the like and subscribe to my video, everybody. Almost to 20K. Give me the 20K. I'm gonna get the 20K today. This is going to show you guys everything, though.
Fuck everything up. Right?
Yeah, I did. Guys, I'm up to 20K. I'm walking around. Where's the back door? Alright. Okay. No, I think we're going to walk around over there. Oh, do it?
Hell yeah.
If he attacks you only. He's not gonna attack you. He wants you to attack him first.
I'm not that fool like a ringer, bro.
Dude, he gets mad at everyone when Streets pay for his court and he talks shit about him. Hit the subscription, guys. I'm up to 20K.
I don't got time for his bullshit video.
Oh, shit. You got more.
You found where? The Europeans have to jump through all the hoops to be a citizen here, but a lot of Mexicans think they don't have to go through the legal process, doing it the right way. Please. I went live earlier today talking about that. It's a fucked up situation that people think that they need to break a law to live a better life. That's a fucked up situation. Okay, but how many illegals are here and how are we going to fix the problem? You have kids from those families that they're supposed to go to a country that a lot of them don't speak Spanish, so you're going to send them to a country where they can't communicate? It sucks. It sucks on both sides. So, it's sad because where do you draw the line? And that's why I have no problem with deporting people that are violent criminals. You know what? Okay, like like my grandpa's family. Hold on. I need to drink some water. My grandpa's family, they chose to speak English. They didn't teach their kids. Well, my dad, he didn't have to speak it, but he understood it. And they wanted them to speak English because they were in America. But what's jacked up is you're taking away from your culture, you're taking away from your heritage. And there's nothing wrong with learning lots of languages. That's my fault that I never learned how to speak Spanish. That's my fault. I'm a grown-ass woman, so I can't blame that on anybody else. But the United States as a whole has no official language. I only know a little bit. Oh, well. My grandmother spoke Spanish, so we would know what she was saying. Instead of learning, we just went outside and played. I don't think anybody should be forced to deny their heritage. Your culture is a big thing with people. And there's a lot, okay, people want to say, oh, illegals are here working. There's been lots and lots of illegals who have worked in this country under different Social Security numbers that have paid taxes taken out of their checks, and they never filed income tax to get that money back. So yes, they do pay taxes, and just in different ways. Anyone have an issue with Obama deporting more than Trump did? Facts. Obama had kids in cages. They didn't talk about that on mainstream media. He deported tons and tons of people. Is it hot out here? No, it's not bad. And then we're in the shade. It's 81 degrees. That's not bad.
hard. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. That's what we're here for. If you want to build community, you have to be open and vulnerable with each other. We live in a society where we're alienated and we're not allowed to be vulnerable.
Thank you, Jay. Don't spam the channel.
Gas plant, which is one of the largest in the country. Early reports point to hostile drones. Though official confirmation is awaited, the damage comes at a time when Iran is already struggling with widespread power blackouts, costing the economy around $250 million each day. Now, these new hits further strain a system already under immense stress. Experts are calling this the most significant attack on energy infrastructure since the 2019 Abqaiq strike in Saudi Arabia. Iran's condensate efforts to China and gas supplies to Iraq and Turkey now face potential disruption. The impact is reverberating through global markets. On Friday, U.S. crude oil prices surged up to 13% intraday before settling near $73 per barrel. While Iran's limited export capacity and lack of LNG terminals may contain the global supply impact for now, while the risk lies in escalation.
In Iran.
Or with that, we call a wrap to this edition of World DNA. But don't go anywhere. News and updates follow on the other side of this short break. You're watching Beyond What Is Fun. Stay tuned.
India's Global Voice, the channel that brings you the biggest stories from across the world through India's lens. Now available in more than one.
Yeah, guys, it's been going down all night, man. Whoever stayed this long, I appreciate you for rocking with me. It's been 4.5 hours on this live. And guess what? We're keeping it going. Now we're trying to get some news on what's going on overseas with Iran and Iraq. Yeah, we got to be educated, guys. We got to see what's going on, what's happening, not only in America, but in the world. Today was a heck of a day, right? If you've been live this long a time, you already see what's been going on. But we back, though. Appreciate y'all for rocking with me, man. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you have not subscribed to the channel yet, you got to hit the subscribe button, and you got to hit that notification bell. Hit the like button. Let the algorithm know we still here rocking and rolling. It's your boy, the one and only Stock Sniper, and we ready to rock and roll. I got a few more minutes left before I get up out of here because guess what, guys? I got a movie date tonight. Yes, I do. It's really, really early. It's 9:30. Man, whatever you think about the war, the riots, because it's two different protests / riots, and the Trump parade. Let me know in the comment section what you think about those things. as we get ready to rock and roll. Appreciate y'all for rocking with me, man. Tomorrow is Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Also the women, they got to be mama and daddy. Happy Father's Day to you too. Now we're waiting to see what's going on in Iraq and Israel. That's what we finna cover next. It's been quiet over there so far. That's a good thing. Hopefully they can wind this down and get back ready, because one thing we don't want for that oil pipes to get shut down in Iran. We don't want that, guys, because if that happens, that means not only the gas prices going to go up, but also the electricity. Your light bill going to go up. Don't think that oil only means that the gas price is going to go up, because you need oil to keep the lights on as well. So we got to keep that in mind. That's why oil is very, very important, guys. It's very, very important. So we got to make sure, we better hope that Iran don't cut off the gas and oil supply, because our bills, electricity bill will go up, and the fuel to fuel the vehicles will go up. So what's going on in Israel and Iran is very, 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 very important. And in my opinion, I think that they're trying to use other things to cover up what's really going on over there, because it's all kind of different countries that are involved. Australia, a whole lot, China, Russia. It's a whole lot of tension going on. It's a whole lot of tension going on. So we got to stay tuned in. Even though the parade was exciting, we want to be nosy about the protests / riots. But what's really important, take it from the OG, is what's going on overseas with Iran and Israel. So you got to think about that. So we waiting to see what this news source is going to bring to the table, and we're going to keep it going. Welcome to part 3 of the Stock Sniper Show. This is part 3. We got to see what's going on over there in Iran and Iraq. Say the most important thing for last. All right, here we go, guys.
And another in her 70s and a 13-year-old child. Israeli military says it has struck Iran's defense ministry headquarters, nuclear weapons project infrastructure sites, and other targets. Identification process of victims from the tragic Air India flight AI-171 crash continues with progress. Gujarat's Minister of State of Home Harsh Sanghvi confirms 19 victims have been identified through DNA matching. Trump touts U.S. military might during his speech at the Army's 250th anniversary parade, says America's enemy have always regretted challenging its armed forces. Police fire tear gas at protesters in downtown Los Angeles as they try clearing an area outside the federal building in the city center. A large number of protesters pushed up against police lines and military officers.
And they calling them America's enemy. Y'all heard that?
Boeing trims its 2044 global air fleet forecast to 49,600 planes, citing supply chain struggles. Growth in emerging markets will dominate, with over 50% of the fleet by then. US President Donald Trump spoke to his Russian counterpart, President Vladimir Putin, on the Israel-Iran war. Now, according to Trump, both leaders agreed that the conflict between Iran and Israel should end. Well, taking to the Truth Social account, Trump said that Russian president felt that the war between Israel and Iran should end, to which Trump responded that he had shared similar sentiment about Russia's war in Ukraine. Trump added that the call lasted for an hour and majorly focused on the Israel-Iran crisis, while Russia-Ukraine war took a backseat. Now, parallel to this, Kremlin issued a statement saying that Vladimir Putin condemned Israel's military operation against Iran and has expressed serious concern about a possible escalation of the conflict. Trump, for his part, described events in the Middle East as very alarming. According to Ushakov, now the two leaders said that they do not rule out a return to the negotiating track on Iran's nuclear program. Ushakov said,
They ain't talking about nothing. I don't want to see this no more.
Yuri Ushakov also said on Ukraine that Putin told the U.S. leader that Russia was ready to continue negotiations with the Ukrainians after June 22nd. Trump reiterated his interest in a speedy resolution to the conflict, the Kremlin aide said. Putin also congratulated Trump on his 79th birthday. And for more on this, we're being joined live by Mr. Jonathan Waschel from New York. He's a Director of Communications and Senior Policy Advisor at the U.S. Mission to the United Nations. And he's a Global Affairs Analyst. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast.
No, it's not. Look at the bombs, bro.
Pleasure, Dishka.
So we know that Israel and Iran have carried out a new wave of attacks on key cities, and it has fueled fears of an all-out sustained war with heavy exchanges now entering a third day. Now, with neither side seeming willing to back down, how far do you think this conflict would spiral if neither side is willing to blink first?
First of all, Dishka, I'm a former director of communications. Just want to make that clarification. But this is going to go as long as it has to go in terms of Israel's set goal to degrade Iran's nuclear program to such a level that they do not feel the existential threat that's been hanging over them for decades, actually, and calls by Iranian leaders one after another for the complete destruction of Israel. So Israel's in this for the long haul. How long Iran is willing to continue to be retaliating and firing back at the Israelis and hitting civilian infrastructure within Israel, and then take the hits from Israel now its energy sector, which of course will cause great harm to Iran's economic situation. So this is really, I don't see an end in sight right now, certainly.
Right, Mr. Waschel, and for now, the fighting between Israel and Iran seems restricted.
This is for all content creators. Be who you are. Talk and make content about the things that you like. about the things that you like, because that's how you attract the people that you need to come in, like-minded people. And it be just a natural flow. It be just a natural flow. You ain't got to start acting like this, that, and the third. You can just be exactly who you are, right? And the people going to accept you or not. And more, you know, the world is big, bro. 8 times out of 10, the people going to accept you for exactly who you are. It might be a slow process, but it's a better process. Why? Because the people that you attract into your YouTube's channel, into your chat, are like-minded people like you are. So you can just go with the flow, right? You can just go with the flow as we going back up again. But I got a movie night tonight, guys. I've been rolling for over 4.5 hours. Bro, I love and I appreciate y'all. Everybody that's been rocking with this channel, everybody, I love and I appreciate y'all, man. Before you leave, if you have not subscribed, please consider subscribing to this channel. This channel gives a whole lot of information. Not just me giving the information, but a whole lot of people that's inside of this chat. It's a whole lot of smart people that rock with this channel. There's a whole lot of people that rock with me. And there's a whole lot of people that I rock with. And they give a lot of valuable information on this channel. We talk about wealth. We talk about health. We talk about sports. We're talking about mindset development. And we joke and play a little bit. We also talk about a little hip hop, politics. We get spiritual over here too. We talk about what you eat, what you put into your body. We talk about all that stuff over here. Why? Because that's what I am about. Yes, we talk about going from nothing and into something. Not just for you, not just for me, but for your family, your kids, your grandkids, your nieces, your nephews, your great nieces, your great nephews, your cousins, your first and second, and third and fourth, fifth, yes, and even the 6th generation of cousins. Yeah, we all over the place. So I love and I appreciate y'all. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, which is tomorrow. All the mothers, they got to be the daddy too. Happy Father's Day to you. Tomorrow is a whole new day. Hope y'all had a great day. Hope y'all have a great Father's Day. I love and I appreciate y'all. This is the one and only Stock Sniper. 704 Wall Street is my block. 704 Wall Street is my block. Earn, spend less, and invest. And with that being said, I love and I appreciate y'all. Till tomorrow, a whole new day. When we went up to 10 people. I gotta go because I got a date. I'm out.